Okay. Sounds great. Person for business.
Sound check 1 2 and 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Yeah, I think we need to apply.
This Alma, can you just take with the members? Can you please take your seat so that we can start the meeting? The chairperson has informed us that he's running late to a prior engagement. The meeting correct. So in terms of NA Rule 159, the committee can proceed with the election of an acting chair until the chairperson arrives. Members know the process. I will ask for a nomination. And to seconder, if there's only one member that was nominated, then the committee will proceed with that acting chair. If there are more than one nomination, it will be put to a vote with a showing of hands. So can I ask for a nomination for the floor? Ms. Nikopane.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning to you and the members in the meeting, the DM, and all the technical support teams. Chair, I nominate Honorable Malimaja to be the interim chair. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that nomination? It's seconded by Mr. Montana. Are there any further nominations? In the absence of any further nominations, Mr. Malamaja, you can take the chair and proceed with the chairing of the meeting. Thank you, members.
Chairperson, or acting chairperson rather, I would want to propose that we take a decision to have a set starting time for this portfolio committee, and I propose that we set that time at 10 o'clock. This has not been the first, but it's been a repetitive occurrence that we sit here for half an hour, sometimes 3/4 of an hour. And half an hour at office can certainly contribute to all of our benefit. And therefore, I propose that we take a decision from here on going forward that we start our portfolio committee meetings at 10 o'clock. I so move.
No, welcome, Acting Chairperson. You were elected unopposed, so we must welcome you. But just to maybe put it on the record, as Dr. Chris has said, if you go back to the committee records, out of 5 meetings, the chair is late for 3. And it's a regular occurrence. It's always late. So I'm not sure what the issue is, because like others were using passes and all of those things. So maybe from the website, you are his whip, you must whip him into line. Because I don't think it's fair on us, because all members that are here, it's not for the first time, and it's not for the second time, it's not for the third time as well, unless members want to dispute. But we can go into the records. So it's totally unacceptable, and I don't think that it's in the spirit of the committee. But welcome to you.
No, thank you. Let's get to Honorable Ghana. You are noted, Honorable Montana.
Thank you very much, Chair. So whilst we're trying to accommodate the lateness of the chairperson on a regular basis by starting the meeting late, there are committees in this parliament that start at 9 o'clock and they start on time. The worst thing you can do is to further reduce the amount of time available to this committee so that you accommodate the chairperson. That needs to be erased with the chairperson's office, the chairperson of chairpersons, that we are not starting on time. I will not support the idea of us further reducing the amount of time available. If it's a behavior issue, let's deal with the behavior. So next time the chairperson does not arrive at 10, we must start at 10:30. Then further eating at our available time. Because remember, 2 o'clock we have a sitting. We have a sitting at 2 o'clock. And we have to break at around about 12:30, 1 o'clock. So if you further reduce the amount of time available, we'll not be able to do our work. So let's deal with the chairperson's behavior. Let's not further reduce the time available for this committee. I so submit. We can't accommodate lateness and try to legislate for it. Let's not do that. It's irresponsible on our part. We sat here last week and we said one more time so that we can hold the executive and the department accountable. And the very first meeting after that, we want to cut 30 minutes out of our available time. Let's not do that. I will speak to the doctor to say, let's not do that. If it's a behavior issue, lateness, let's deal with lateness. Let's not cut the time of the committee. I so submit.
Honorable Montano.
Chair, thanks very much and good morning. Chair, no, I think the colleagues are, I'm not in the business of defending parties or individuals from the GNU, but I think that the complaint is a bit misplaced. I agree with Ghana that let's keep our time at 9:30, as it is right now. I support that. But the complaint about the chair, I think, is misplaced, Chair. Some of us were sitting, there's transport from Parliament. Sometimes they get delayed. And that is why I was amongst the people who sent a message today that we are running late. Fortunately, I was here on time, well on time. I got here, the transport arrived on time. This has got nothing to do with the chair. And I think that if there's that kind of criticism against the chair, it's better if we say it in his presence and not say it in that way. I've been part of, if you look at the, can I finish, Honorable Mabena? I've been part of the last 10 meetings, Chair. And I've been on time in all those 10 meetings. And in all those meetings, I found the chair here, not I didn't come after me. So I just think that I just think that if we want to criticize a colleague, let's wait. He's there and we raise it in his presence. And I think this is not the right time. But I want us to go to the record. You'll see that in fact the chair has been here on time, and let's defend him. And today, I think that there were 3 members, actually 4, as a matter of fact. If you are checking the group, who said we are running late, can we extend the time by 15 minutes? It has got nothing to do with the chair. So let me leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Do you still want to come, Mabena? Let's come minding time, because the more we are dwelling on this one issue, is the more we are using our
Thank
own
you very
time.
much, Chair.
There was Mabena before you, comrade. Honorable. Come here. Now let's give the benefit of doubt in a follow-up. It's fine. I'm noted on it. Let's get Mabena.
No, thank you very much. But you see, the argument that is there based on transport. You said you use parliamentary transport. You were here on time. And if we are to take the argument as on merit, then it doesn't apply, because you use parliamentary transport and you've just confirmed that you were here on time. Now, the question that I'm asking is it the first time that we find ourselves in this situation? Answer is no. Is it the second time? The answer is no. Is the third time? Again, the answer is no. So isn't that a pattern that is there? And remember, all our meetings are recorded, are on YouTube. Well, most of them. But we've got also the recorder is there. So there is not an attack as we are putting it, but maybe it's a frustration on, including yourself, who is here on time, to say that we agreed that the meeting was going to start at this time, and we are here on time. And it doesn't mean that I won't be late in future. I will be late in future, maybe for other reasons which are there, like other members have just walked in now. So, but what we are disputing is repetitive behavior. That this is a pattern, it's not happening for the first time, second time, or a third time. We're not necessarily attacking the person that you are saying, but also the argument on parliamentary transport. You used it, you were here on time, and so did other members. So, yeah, but I also maybe just to support what the colleagues were saying, we need more time to engage. I think in our strat plan last week, we're even exploring having meetings on Wednesdays, away from Tuesdays, because we don't have time. So I want to disagree with my colleague next to me to say we push for to start at 10 when we are pushing that we need to have additional days for the committee work. So I think on that sense, maybe if it came across as an attack on an individual character, no, I've got no interest in that. And quite frankly, I do respect the chairperson a lot as a person and as an individual. But what we have to hold each other accountable as we're holding the department accountable as well. But is an attack on the individual? Absolutely not. Do I have respect for him? Much respect, great respect for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get Honorable Bloss, followed by Honorable Ngomban. You will understand that politicians by nature, they will want to argue, especially when something is flowing to the right direction. They will want to have a say. But anyway, Honorable Bloss.
Yeah, Chair, I don't understand why you allowed this discussion, because this is a housekeeping issue. We've got visitors here, we're discussing our own members in front of visitors. It's really uncalled for. If they were concerned, we're supposed to do a housekeeping issue. Now we're wasting time, the presentation that's supposed to be done here. People are complaining about wasting time, but they are wasting further time. So I don't understand why we're having this discussion. Whether it's valid or not, it's a different issue. We can have our own housekeeping issue and clean out those issues. And let's proceed with the meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Very progressive, Honorable Bloss. Honorable Nkoban.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I concur with Honorable Blosse that the issue of the times of the committee sittings is decided elsewhere, and we as this portfolio committee were not part of that programming unit. So I think, Chair, we need to proceed with the meeting rather than talking about the changes. Yes, we have a concern because even myself, I had to start at V8 after being delayed by the transport. I had some burning issues that I had to discuss with the V8 personnel that is messing up with my gadgets. So I became more late, you know. So, Chair, let us leave this one and start with the meeting and mandate you as the acting chairperson to talk to the chair and find out. It may happen that there's something bigger than what you are talking about. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the decision of the House to let me act for so long, and further say it is very much good that when somebody is afforded an opportunity to chair, you, without starting with the complaints and the rest, allow him to really sit and express himself and how is he going to run. When I'm about to start the meeting, then the chair arrived. Then I realized that this acting was not on. Chairperson, with due respect, to come and take your seat. I did not even start. Before we start, before I can even do that, they were on this, but all in all, Chairperson, you are welcome. We got your apology, ascend the stage and do before we cause other things, because I haven't started. Obviously, to got that to start the meeting. And thank you so much for showing confidence on me, all of you. Thank you, Sabo. Yeah, I saw that one.
Umalele is ready to start with the birthday with the applicants, but she will inform the committee about that.
Well,
So you can just now give to her to do the briefing on the NCOP amendments, the millennium pollution.
Just apologies as well.
Oh, okay. The apologies go from Mr. Richu and the minister.
Okay,
Yeah, and Ms. Kobe.
okay. So we can start.
Oh, you can start.
Colleagues, morning. Morning. Is there end there?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Montana directed me to say this in your presence earlier. I raised the concern with your being late.
No, it's fine. Raise it.
Yes.
No, wait.
So then when I raised the issue earlier, he said that it was unfair that I'm saying it not in your presence. And he said that it would be much better if I say it when you are sitting. So then that's what I deposited earlier with the colleagues. And I think we also asked Honorable Marimaja maybe to canvass the issue with you. So I'm just satisfying what Honorable Montana said I must say.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much. Colleagues, I think I had communicated my apology. Let's not waste time. Let's proceed. Honorable DM, greetings to you and the colleagues who are on the platform. I would not want us to waste even more time. In terms of the agenda, I'm told we must note the apology of the Minister DM and the Honorable Noluchungu
And Ms. Kobe.
and Ms. Kobe, who are not here. Without much ado, I'm going to request that we move straight to the first item. And Honorable Kubeka, that is noted. Can we immediately proceed to the item 1? And Honorable Maduna. Too. And which another Honorable? Noluchungu, I noted it, yeah. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and all the members. The name is Phumelele Ngema, and I'm assuming that I am the item number 1 to do the presentation on the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness Response and Cooperation Bill, which is B10D of 2022. As I said, my name is Phumelele Ngema. I'm standing in for my colleague, Andile Tetyane, who has been the parliamentary advisor handling this bill right through its processing from when it started. Chairperson, I'll be quick, just briefly to bring to the attention of the members the amendments that the National Council of Provinces did on the bill, and perhaps just for the sake of the members that were never involved in it before, generally the object of the bill is to give effect to the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness Response and Cooperation 1990, and it seeks to provide for matters that are connected therewith. The bill provides for the processes to regulate and manage the preparedness and response to major marine oil pollution incidents at the national level, as well as cooperation with other countries as is necessary and appropriate. Areas of cooperation would include development of contingency plans, research, training, and exercise programs. In light of our Constitution, Section 231(4) provides that before any international agreement can bind our republic, such an agreement must be domesticated by means of a domestic legislation, and therefore we are seeking to give effect through this process that the committee seeks to finalize today after the matter has come from the National Council of Provinces. And as I said, it's a D version that the bill is aimed at incorporating relevant provisions to the International Convention on Oil Pollution. Chairperson, the amendments of the Select Committee, which were passed by the National Council of Provinces, are listed as a C-list document, which I believe members have received. And there are about 18 clauses that they amended, and most of them are mainly technical corrections that were correcting the bill that was passed by this committee and the National Assembly. And I will briefly go through them, Chairperson, and quickly do so. It is Clause 1, and Clause 1 is seeking to amend, as I said, very technical issues are done there. It's amending the definitions that we have listed out there. It's Center for Sea Watch Chief Executive Officer, Emergency Flag State, High Rate Biodiversity Features and Ecological Processes, Incident Command Cause, MAPOL Convention, New Development, Offshore Installation, Oil Pollution Incident, Unified Command. These changes were given effect in light of the submissions and the mandates that the National Council of Provinces and its committee received. Then I move, Chairperson, quickly without wasting time, and hoping that members do have the D version of the bill, because I will move very quickly and will not be flighting the bill itself. So under clause 4, Chairperson, which in terms of the D version, clause 4 is the application of the act, and it's basically bringing about the corrections there. It was removing what was referred to as the oil spill casualty, and they suggested that there must be a substitution instead of that to say add oil pollution incident and not just the oil spill casualties. And then under clause 5, Chairperson, it's a provision that deals with risk assessments, and what they are changing there, it was in relationship with the Authority for Marine Oil Pollution Risk Assessment, and what we are changing there, or what the NCOP suggested, instead of the 2 years that was made as the time that risk assessments must be done, they've rather changed it from 2 to 1 year. Probably there were discussions as to why the preference is not 24 months but instead 12 months, Chairperson. So that is the amendment. And other amendments in terms of that clause 5 were grammatical to allow the effect of the change, and therefore the substitution of 5.2 there is where in the DG is enabled to approve the risk assessment that would have been prepared by the authority in consultation with whoever is listed, and the CEO of the Maritime Safety Authority. Clause 7, Chairperson, is on site-specific pollution contingency plan. The change that was proposed relates to time frames within which specific pollution contingency plan must be developed and maintained. And again, there, I think the Portfolio Committee and the Assembly had passed that the time frame should be 9 months, but the NCOP felt that we should rather move it to 12 months. And as I said, other amendments are technical just to enable this change, the full stop and everything that needed to be shifted so that this change can take place. Then, Chairperson, on clause 8, it's also a technical amendment, but I think I will need to dwell on it just a little bit, because there is then a bit of a challenge that we've picked up, and I will speak to the recommendations and suggestions related to the challenge that we picked up. So clause 8, Chairperson, it's a provision that deals with marine oil pollution response equipment inventory. And what the amendments did there is also technical, where it was enabling the insertion of subsection 8.3. And subsection 8.3 reads as follows for ease of reference, Chairperson. All management authorities or persons otherwise in control of marine protected areas and marine bird and mammal colonies must procure or enter into service agreement to operate and maintain oiled wildlife equipment in a state of constant readiness, including oiled wildlife personnel to deploy the oiled wildlife response equipment, a stockpile of relevant and current oiled wildlife response equipment being appropriate to the level and type of risk of marine oil pollution incidents around marine protected areas and marine bird and mammal colonies. Chairperson, you will then note that because of this insertion and the other technical amendments speak to saying that the renumbering must be done so that there is a proper flowing reading into the provision, as well as the referencing should have been corrected. But what we picked up, Chairperson, as of the D bill is an editorial correction. For an example, under clause 5, under 8 subsection 5, which is a clause that shifted from being a number 4, it became a number 5 with the change that was effected into the D version. But if Chairperson and the members would look at sub 5, what sub 5 should have then had as a reference was a reference to subsection 4 because of the change. But if we read sub 5, it says the authority and all keepers of stockpiled equipment must repair or replace equipment with such costs being recovered from the polluter, if possible, and consistent with the administrative arrangements developed under subsection 5. Now, Chairperson, what you see there is that subsection 5 is making reference to itself under 8.5. And that was a result of the undone editorial correction. It should rather have spoken to the what is now a 4 as it was in the introduced bill and the bill that was changed by the portfolio committee. Now, Chairperson, that is where I'm saying there is a slight challenge, because then the referencing, and if it is correct and this is to be legislation that will be in our statute books, that reference require correction, and the correction in terms of the procedures and processes of Parliament may affect the processing of the bill and what the committee decide. But I'll come back, Chairperson, to this when I bring forth the recommendations. So that was generally the amendments under clause 8. I therefore move, Chairperson, to clause 9. Again, clause 9 is on training and exercise that is necessary within the sector that the bill is addressing. Clause 9 is also technical in nature, and as members may have heard me speaking to wildlife equipment and wildlife colonies on the other provisions, what they did here under sub 9.2 is that instead of as the older bill would have read, it was just speaking to within any ship operating within the vicinity of a colony. But what the NCOP decided to add, so that it confines this colony and whatever is spoken to, they added that it must be any ship operating within the vicinity of a wildlife colony. Again, as I said, Chairperson, the insertion of this word then demanded that other technical changes be done. But the main gist of the change under clause 9 was to insert wildlife colony. Clause 10 as well, it's a technical change that is done. If we look at the C list, Chairperson, under clause 10, basically it seeks to omit what was referred to the full stops there, so that this insertion of the phrase could be entered in order to determine the incident responding party's ability to deal with the reported incident. So, as I said, Chairperson, it was to insert that after removing the full stop wherever they were, just to ensure that the drafting flows nicely. Clause 11, Chairperson, is on the incident management organization, and this is the second clause that may also, if we read it together with clause 31 on the regulations, may have another almost similar challenge, which I had explained in respect of clause 8, but I will give some details when I get there. Clause 11, as I said, Chairperson, is on the structure called Incident Management Organization. The amendment as well was speaking into changing the fact that the Incident Management Organization must convene quarterly as opposed to biannually that was originally on the bill that was passed. And then, Chairperson, in respect of that clause 11, there was discussions and in terms of the original bill and the bill passed by the the NA, a reference to 11.6. There are no changes to 11.6. It speaks to the role of the incident management organization and what it should do. And then when I get to clause 31, which is on the regulations, this is where I will explain the bit of a challenge that has been picked up, Chairperson. Clause 12 and clause 13, as I move forward, clause 12 is on regional cooperation and clause 13 is on the duty to report oil pollution incidents. Again, there, Chairperson, the changes are technical as they relate to the incident commander and the tier levels on the oil pollution. For an example, there in clause 12, subsection 1, it says the Marine Authority would be required to consult with the incident management organization subject to capability and availability of relevant resources, cooperate with or provide advisory services, technical support and equipment as appropriate. So the change was related to that, Chairperson, to clarify the issue of who to consult and the consultation necessary. And on clause 13, which speaks to the duty to report oil pollution incidents. So it also clarifies the kind of incidents that needed to be reported and not just general incidents as the initial provision was speaking to. Clause 14, Chairperson, is on initial responses and actions that are taken. Clause 14 is an amendment that's speaking to what the incident commander and the tier levels may do. Clause 15, Chairperson, there is not much of a change. It is again the incident commander coordinating the responses that they bring when there are issues related to their functions. It's also a very technical challenge where we had to remove system and substitute it with team. I think it's on a mere preference of words and the definition as they already appear in clause 1, Chairperson. So it was more of a corrective exercise for making sure the better flow of the reading of the bill and what is defined. Clause 16, Chairperson, it's a provision also that's bringing a technical amendment and the removal of what was preferred as bodies from bodies to agencies. And clause 16 is about support of disaster structures. So whatever agencies and the technical terms are called there, probably there was a submission that rather than using bodies, let's go for agencies, and that change was effected. Clause 17 is also a technical amendment, and it relates to section 17.6, which enables the minister to prescribe regulations that will be gazetted in relation to the incident commander and how they determine which organ of state or non-state actor are to assume the responsibility of follow-up activities, including the monitoring and whatever else may be necessary there. 17.6, Chairperson, is also a clause that goes to clause 31 because there are regulations required to be prescribed. But when I get to clause 31, I'll explain the details linking up 11.6 and 17.16 and clause 31. Clause 21 is also a technical amendment, Chairperson, where it's dealing with the use of the word state and the correction that they felt was necessary. But the title of clause 21, just to make it easy, it's consultation and notification with other states. As we understand, this is an international agreement. Clause 25, Chairperson, again, in terms of citation of the Act and the rules, this citation of this Act, the South African Maritime Safety Act, is already done under the definitions, and therefore they are doing corrections that was to remove the number of the Act and just keep reference to the Act itself. As I said, most of these amendments are really technical, Chairperson, and so was the case with clause 30. it also affected corrections under the offences and penalty provision. Now, Chairperson, this is where I need to give some of my time just to explain in respect of what has transpired and what we've picked up under Clause 31. And this is where the recommendations that we seek to suggest we will be coming up with. Chairperson, if we go to Clause 31 is on regulations. It gives the power to the minister to make, the discretion to the minister to make regulations. But what Sub 8 did was to list out, in fact, those provisions where it is clear in the provisions of the convention and this draft legislation as to what the minister must regulate. So 31A lists the sections, and 31B is a catch-all phrase which would allow instances where if we were unable to list everything that must be listed under one and it's clear that it requires regulations, then it's not listed. Then catch-all phrase under B is to then enable the same power that where the minister during implementation of this act, once it's passed, feels that there should have been a regulation, the processes then are enabled by this sub B to say that can still be done even if it's not expressly listed under A. But as I said, Chairperson, when I made reference to 11.6, 11.6 is a role of that organization, which in the terms of this convention, it is an incident organization. It is called the Incident Management Organization. Apparently, in terms of the B bill, there was 11.6 that was listed as well under Clause 31A. And after the 11.6, in terms of the C list, this is where the NCOP had indicated that what is to be prescribed under 13B and 17.6 must also be listed. So during the process of the editing and the correcting and the insertions, 11.6 found its way out. But then again, 11.6, as I read it, it speaks to the role of this incident management organization. So whether it's out or listed under 31 for the regulations that are to be made, if I offer a view, it's neither here nor there. And especially because there is 31B, which if in any case during implementation there are challenges that they need to do something relating to that management structure, they can make those regulations under 31B. And then the 13B and the 17.6 that they needed is inserted. So there is a mislink between the C list and the B version. And that is the correction I was saying. It may appear it is necessary to effect depending on the views of the committee. And that, Chairperson, then ends the amendments that were effected by the NCOP. Now, in terms of trying to find the solution to the challenges that I have spoken to, which is just to ensure that the editorial corrections in terms of referencing for 11.6 and 11.6 now no longer found under 31, and the possible solution that 31B could bring. But the problem still remains with what I said in respect of 11.6. If I'm not incorrect, Chairperson, where are my notes now? In respect of 11.6, Chairperson, because if we look at that one, that subsection, under subsection 5, which is now not a correct reference, it's supposed to be removed. Whatever would have been developed under subsection 4 of 11 would now be an incorrect reading. Now, if we follow the rules of the National Assembly and the joint rules, there are three possible options to try and avoid what the committee went through with the Economic Regulation Bill, I think, where they had to prepare a committee amendment just to deal with a year or something. But I remember there were discussions that the committee went through that process because of an incorrect referencing. So in terms of the amendments that the NCOP has done and the editorial corrections that would still need to be done, because unfortunately through the processing they were missed out. Though, as I said, they are technical amendments, but they may have some unforeseen impact in the future. In terms of National Assembly Rule 312, Chairperson, it lists out what the committee could do. And amongst those things, it lists out that the committee could, when it prepares its report for the National Assembly, it could have a report with recommendations. So option one could be to use National Assembly Rule 312(1)A, make the recommendations that speaks to these corrections, and then they will be effected before the report goes to the House. But the only issue with that suggestion is that there has to be certainty if there are no other substantial changes that perhaps would require to be done because of the corrections and the editorial that was done. So that option one might not be a good one because, as I said, the recommendations may be limited to what we've just picked up and what we've presented to the committee today. But then there is another process, which is the mediation process. And the mediation process is more broader and enabling time and enabling both houses, because the mediation process is a process of the joint select and portfolio committees that worked on this bill. So jointly, they look into the diversion and look at the issues that needs to be corrected. If it's only technical, as we have picked up, then in one sitting or two sittings of both committees, they can agree and then come up with a bill that corrects whatever needs to be corrected. And then the mediation process, if it's successful, then we go with the Rule 311 together with Rule 314. Where if the joint committees of the mediation committee have come together and comes up with a new bill that does these corrections and any other, then in terms of Rule 314.5, they will prepare a new bill. That bill will then go to both houses and be passed, and that will be an easier and cleaner, shorter process to follow, rather than either the one of the recommendations and the report and the back and fro that may come before the committee. But in our view and suggestion is that the mediation process is the more cleaner one, and it will enable the time as well for the committee to ensure that everything is spank and clean and a proper bill goes through for passing by both houses and the assent by the president. So, Chairperson, I thought those are the two crucial things I just need to bring to the attention of the committee, that there are those minor challenges and they may require correction, but the committee will have to assist us with the decision and direction forward with those suggestions and options I have put forward. I thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much. I think you were clear, but I will allow members to impress on it, and then as you impress honourable members, starting with you, Honourable Ghana, speak to also the recommendation in terms of how we can handle it. Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start on the recommendation. I think now that the mediation committee has been established and it's active, it might be the best way. But secondly, we might then ask who edits the work of the editors? Who is the final quality assurer on these things? Because ordinarily, if all these changes were technical, it was not going to be a problem. But it just so happened that the second bill that we deal with as a committee, it's got an editing problem. There might very well be a need, Chair, that now that we are going to get, we have that other maritime bill, that when it comes here, the editors are in this room, so that whatever is presented is as clean as possible. Because we can't always have a situation wherein legislation is delayed on an editing issue. That's something that I think we need to make that clear. As I support that we go to the mediation as a recommendation of this committee, but that edited version that goes to the mediation needs to be QA'd not by the editor. Someone else must QA the work of the editor to make sure that we don't end up with the mediation panel or the mediation committee submitting the legislation that then we find that a date was incorrect and then we have to go and delay this bill coming into effect. I think the editors are somehow failing us, Chair, and we need to raise that. It must not be taken lightly. If they are paid to edit and they are not editing correctly, it's a huge concern. Thank you.
Honorable Montab.
Thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Ghana is correct. I think we had this bill on transport regulations, and we had to do the same thing because the date, a wrong date was put when this thing went to printing. So, and I don't think in a normal environment, Chair, this bill was not even supposed to come here. It comes here when it comes back to us. Anyway, we are not allowed even to have a second bite, even though it was not dealt by this particular. It was dealt by this committee, but in the last in the sixth administration, not this particular one. You know, I mean I see one substantive issue, particularly dealing with clause 5.2, but there's nothing we can do. Particularly where it enables the DG to approve the risk assessment, because I thought that is the integral duty of the safety authority, and I thought it would be dealt in that particular way. Chair, I think there's no doubt. I'd support the recommendation for mediation, because the first option is just not an option, because it in fact will be violating the rules, as it were. But we just need to ensure that this bill gives effect, as we say, it gives effect to the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness. We don't have much space, so we're domesticating something that is an international convention. So what you left out actually is at the thrust of actually why we're domesticating this thing. So I think that, Chair, will have to go the mediation route. I will support that, rather than the first and the other option. But I think that the concern about these bills going and things being left out, the dates, people getting dates wrong, is something that that must be addressed, so that we deal with the real issues. But I'll support the mediation route, Chair. It's the only proper route to address it. And I think from the department side, I mean, waiting for that mediation is not a long time than allowing a bill that leaves out the key issues on this international convention. So I think that we can afford to wait for that, and I don't think it will take long. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Last speaker, Honorable Malmat.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and greet everybody in the House. I just tend to support the mediation move. Thank you so much.
No, thanks. I think it is the mediation route, and I think honorable members are raising serious concern. State law advisor, you are here. You are also here. It's important to do quality checks because they are right. It takes a lot of time to be dealing with things that we should have long actually exhausted. Time is expensive, as you'll be aware. So it's a matter that you might have to find a way of dealing with. If there is anything on your part on the parting shot, I can close it.
Not really, Chairperson, but just for the questions that was posed. It's actually a team effort that is supposed to be happening here in terms of ensuring that such things are not really left out, but also because we are outsourcing the editorial task with CREDA or whatever service provider that will do it. That is why, in the end, it ends as the job of us parliamentary legal advisors and the state law advisors to ensure on the editorial corrections of everything. So, Chairperson, yeah, that being said, it might have happened maybe because of the time frames
I
or
think,
whatever. Thank you,
I
Chair.
think let's close it there. When you said this outsourcing, I could see members jump in now. They want to come back again. So let's close it there. I think it is. It will go through the mediation process, and then I think, thanks very much for the presentation. We may have to take another the next presentation. And then it will be the fourth quarter expenditure by the department. DM, the process is yours, my brother.
Honorable Chairperson, good morning to your good self and to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I want to thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I thought I would have an opportunity to congratulate Honorable Malmacha on his appointment as acting chairperson. However, it seemingly was not meant to be. But nonetheless, congratulations on your short stint as the chairperson. I'm not seeing my notes. Oh, there they are. Chair, we are joined by the, maybe let me start off with tabling the apology of the Minister, Minister Christie. As you know, that ordinarily she will be here, as she always attends, but there were competing priorities and on a let, that's why she has a deputy, so I'm here. Chair, we have come to present with the DG and the CFO and the team on the fourth quarter of 24-25, which concludes the final year of our 5-year strategic plan, the 2020-2025. And so this moment presents an opportunity on our progress and a critical opportunity to prepare for the future and strategic priorities. Our efforts remain focused on ensuring sustainable, inclusive and impactful service delivery for all South Africans. Chair, let me start off, I think, by congratulating the acting DG and the CFO and the entire team on the attainment of a clean audit by the department, and I'm sure when we come for the broader 24-25 submission to the committee, we will engage on that. But I think this being the concluding quarter of that year, it would be remiss of me if I do not congratulate the team for a good job. Ordinarily, I would say, even in my previous life, one must not praise a fish for swimming. But I think it is a significant milestone in that this is the first clean audit for the department in 31 years. And it speaks to the good work that is being done to tighten controls, clean up the ecosystem in order for us to present transparently and efficiently within the parameters of the PFMA and Treasury regulations. Obviously, we still have a long way to go as we translate that clean audit into a broader, tangible service delivery for the country. But I think it provides a solid foundation for us to move forward. So, DG, CFO and your team, congratulations. Chair, during this quarter, the department achieved 82% of its targets, marking an improvement of 5% over the previous quarter and the highest performance level for the year. This is commendable given the complexities of our governance environment. However, 18% of our targets were not met, underscoring the need to sharpen implementation strategies to ensure full service delivery and impact on the ground, and not just technical compliance. The department is currently undergoing an organizational review to determine whether its structure remains fit for purpose. The goal is to better align our capacity with the diverse and evolving needs of citizens. All required documentation has been submitted to DPSA to advance this important process. Further, Chairperson, transport remains a major contributor to carbon emissions, and in response, the department conducted a baseline study on electric vehicle smart charging infrastructure during this period. Additionally, a draft transport just transition plan was developed, and a revised green transport strategy was also drafted. These initiatives are crucial to enabling a shift towards a low carbon, climate resilient transport system with long-term benefits, including reduced emissions and improved air quality. Given South Africa's unemployment challenges, infrastructure investment remains central to our strategy. Key programs such as the Provincial Roads Maintenance Program grant, Sanral Road Maintenance, and the PRASA capital projects have played a critical role in driving job creation and economic development. Notably, 24,321 kilometers of national roads underwent routine maintenance during this quarter. The department remains committed, Chairperson and honourable members, to ensuring safety across all modes of transport, with specific focus on vulnerable groups, youth, women, children and persons with disabilities. Also in this quarter, the key highlights include ongoing implementation of the aviation safety strategy, which was reviewed in this quarter. 1,135 old taxi vehicles were scrapped, achieving a 100% scrapping rate of those submitted. 2,990 bicycles were distributed through the Shovagalula program in 6 provinces. And we also continue to monitor the implementation of the National Strategic Plan to end gender-based violence and femicide across all transport modes. Chair, the expenditure overview, as the DG will take us through with the CFO. As at the 31st of March 2025, the department had spent 84.921 billion rands, or 98.4% of its 86.305 billion total budget. The 1.3 billion underspend is attributed to conditional grant non-compliance in municipalities such as eThekwini, Polokwane, Mangaung, and Johannesburg, delayed procurement for the new driving license card machine due to the Auditor General findings, and savings on international memberships and unfilled posts linked to the DPSA's moratorium and natural attrition. Underspending also affected several programs, Chairperson, projects including road freight strategy, the transport economic regulator, the national devolution strategy, amongst others, and the rollover of funds has been requested for committed but unspent amounts. So, Chair, as I move to request through you that the ADG and the CFO and the team present a more detailed overview of the department's Q4 performance and expenditure, I conclude by saying that the achievements we've outlined above and the challenges we have pointed to in this report reflect, one, our unwavering commitment to building a transport system that is inclusive, reliable, safe and sustainable, whilst on the other hand we remain focused on addressing the challenges and are committed to improving performance and delivering tangible outcomes for all our people in South Africa. If I may, Chair, through you now request the ADG to present with the CFO, and then we will be fielding your questions, Chair. That over to you. Thank you, Chair.
You are disruptive, Montana. You are defocusing the DM.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, Honourable Deputy Minister, colleagues and ladies and the gentlemen in the meeting. Chair, as the DM has said, we will be taking you through the quarter 4 of 24-25 as they are loading it, Chair, of 24-25. And where appropriate, Chair, we shall also indicate, because I think even in that period we made certain corrective measures where we have not achieved. We shall talk to the status to date. I will also, Chair, try to move slightly faster because I think the key ones, the Deputy Minister has touched on them. I'll focus on areas where we might not have achieved and then indicate what we are doing about those areas, Chair. Also bearing in mind this was the last quarter of the year, feeding up to the annual report, which also because of no findings led to the unqualified audit with no findings. We shall also, because we've already concluded quarter 1, try and touch there, but for obvious reasons, Chair, we are going to come back as Chair when the members would know for those periods to report on them for record purposes. Let us go to slide, you can skip this one, its contents. Yes, Chair, that is the 82% achievement in the quarter under review. For the quarter, we had a total of 65 targets. We achieved 53. We could not achieve on 12. That translates to 82%, as the Deputy Minister said. I must say the annual target did improve. It went up to 83%, chairperson. And this quarter 1, we are at 82 again. And next slide. That is the graphical representation of what I've just spoken about. We can go to the next slide. Chair, that shows, again, graphically in terms of your top performers. I think the top, the top 3 would be Program 7, Public Transport, followed by administration, followed by roads, and then administration and maritime at 3, in that order, Chair. Next slide, please. This is just a trend analysis in terms of how they had performed in the 3rd quarter, those branches. It does not mean they had regressed based on what they would have achieved, chairperson. You can see administration program 1, 2, and maritime, which is 6. They went down a bit, but that is based on the targets per those particular quarters. ITP went down to 67 from 83. But you will see it as only, I missed one target out of 6, 2 targets out of 6. The next slide. Key highlights, this is which I have indicated. I'll move very fast because I think the Deputy Minister touched on majority of those. The strat plan and the APP were submitted on time. Chair, next slide. Thank you. Chair, everything that came to our tables in terms of investigations were processed within the 30-day period. It does not necessarily mean the investigations are done. It meant the process that was supposed to be dealt with in 30 days went through. and then all the shareholders' compacts and the MOIs. SAA and Transnet submit MOIs because they are SOCs, and the other entities have shareholders' compacts. They were submitted as targeted. Chair, next slide. Chair, we had at Q4 dealt with 15 of the 14 audit findings that were recorded by the AG, that were coming from 23-24. There was one left because we had declared a dispute, and we in a mediation process by the Office of the Accountant General. Next slide. I think this is indicates the 40% targeted groups which we achieved. Next slide. Now, the Chair, this is the areas where we did not perform as targeted in the fourth quarter. It would have, again, also translated to non-performance probably in the annual report. We were supposed to develop a stakeholder plan so that we have a formalized way of dealing with the stakeholders. This work is continuing as it took time to identify the key stakeholders. You can imagine, Chair, for a department as complex as that one. Next slide. Chair, this continues to haunt us, but Chair, we are normal invoices to SMMEs and other sole providers and so on are dealt with within the 30 days. The biggest challenge here is the travel invoices. That goes through the travel agents, and basically because of the reconciliation, that would take time. But number two, the issues around apportioning or identifying the people who might have undertaken those trips. This talks to also no-shows, and you have to investigate and to see whether it was the official's fault or he was redirected by the department to go to another place. But we've got a system in place to deal with. Firstly, the second bullet, Chair. We need an explanation before we process the payments, and we hold the DDGs responsible for that. That is the implementation of our consequence management. You would find that the PA would have booked for a DDG, and the DDG gets redirected, and the message does not flow through. So we've got a loss control committee that deals with these matters and then recommend the corrective actions. Next slide. ITP Chair, Program 2. Those are what we achieved. Just transition plan, green transport strategy, and then the TR board was appointed. We will talk to the TEC, the council itself, in the next slides. Next slide, please. Chair, the TEC took a little bit of time because we had to repackage it, getting out of the executive and into your own space. I think in your strat plan we did indicate that this is the matter before you and to be considered by you. Legislation indicates that those processes need to be, that process needs to be a parliamentary process. Thanks. Next slide. Again, Chairperson, the issue of the regulation to make sure that we operationalize. Once we have the TEC Council, we hope that the parallel process of having the regulations dealt with by the state law advisors would have been finalized by that time. And then it will be all systems go in terms of the transport economic regulator. We already made a business plan. We already know who is supposed to go where in terms of the regulators that we have. We already know who is supposed to go and be the guinea pig there. Next slide, please. And rail transport chairperson, the bill was submitted to cabinet. The PSP, which was the unit itself was not established as targeted, but Chair, we have now established it and accommodated it at DBSA. Chair, the high-speed rail corridor framework, we have a report. The one thing that, what we were supposed to produce was the report on how we are going, the roadmap, in terms of how we're going to tackle these things, this one. We have a report that talks to the priority corridors, and then we also have a report that indicates that we are past conceptualization. We now need to do the pre-feasibility just to assess if there is a market appetite for the project. The project is a national project. We're working together with Gauteng for now and Limpopo, as the priority corridor is that of Joburg-Messina, followed by Joburg at Durban. At the National Rail Master Plan, Chairperson, the draft is now ready, hence we still call it the interim. And next slide. What we couldn't finalize, Chair, and it's taking a little bit of a time, is the National Devolution Strategy that we pronounced in the National Rail Policy Chairperson. Here, Chairperson, the complexity around legislative implications. Hence, we say we are now going to in-source expert capacity of experts to finalize that part. And it is something that we should be able to deal with in the 25-26 financial year. Next slide. In road transport, Chairperson, the NRSS is gaining momentum. Chair, and then Chairperson, we now are very clear and resolute around the issue of the extension from 5 to 8 years. I know there are those that said, why not 10 years? But a case that we could make was that of 8 years. And once we've done with the cost-benefit analysis towards the end of this month, we should be able to announce to the country when will this project commence. Next slide. Those are the issues around 24/7 traffic policing, Chairperson. Our target was to produce a report on the status and state of readiness of the provinces. We still have Gauteng, Western Cape, that has got an appetite on this, and then the others have already approached their provincial executive councils to approve this. There's a little bit of a pushback from Labour, but our engagement with Pop Crew are at an advanced stage. Chair, the amendments of the bills that have been finalized, as that of Artia Amendment Act, RTMC, and the Central Amendment Act, Chairperson, I'm sure that the committee is already engaging around the Artia one. Next, Chair. The rollout of ARTO has been pushed to 1 December 2025. The issue there has always been the capacity at GLTCs to undertake this function. Our pilots have proven very successful, but we're now going for a national rollout. Initially, we targeted 69, and then we'll see as we progress based on the assessment on the ground. Chairperson, the National Road Maintenance Program has been an ongoing maintenance, that is the PRMG. We can go to the areas of non-achievement in this next slide. We also had additional 2 bills prepared that are supposed to come to Parliament. There was a slight delay in terms of consulting further on the CBRCA chairperson, but that one is now ready. What we are finalizing and getting into the sausage mill, chairperson, is the RAPS benefit scheme bill. We've dusted it off, Chair. We are refining it. It will be taken to Cabinet and then come back to Parliament. Chair, that's the issue around the RAPS bill is the one that made us to rethink the path and the trajectory of the RAF amendment bill. So we'll be bringing one piece of legislation, draft legislation, that will incorporate the aspects that we would have wanted to achieve in the RAF amendment bill, and then the broader issues that the RAPS benefit bills sought to introduce in earlier versions. And that's the reason for non-achievement. It was sort of man-made, and that is the issue around the RAPS bill, Chair. I will not repeat it anymore. And except that here, it was consultations with the National Treasury. Program 5, Civil Aviation, Chairperson, the backlog on FOPs, lending rights, and other related issues. We now have a simplified SOP, which we developed as targeted. We still have challenges there for emergency flights and the others that decided to leave their countries. And then when we hold them in our skies, it becomes a serious uproar. But we do not, no one lands here without us saying yes. If they do, they remain in the international space. And we have got working arrangement with SAPS, SSA, and others to deal with those. So the chances of I'm not saying there are no illegal landings, but I'm saying we've got a system. You can't get out of your aeroplane. IATA does not allow us to allow people to stop by and refuel. So that is the main reason. Chair, the answer bill is with the state law advisors. It will be coming to yourselves after going through cabinet. And then the action plan to deal with the backlog, I've spoken about it previously, about the simplified SOP. Chair, the civil aviation policy, colleagues like to use terms like comprehensive. Comprehensive means you've covered everything. But Chair, this bill has been through to cabinet. To cabinet now as we speak. We were supposed to take it in the fourth quarter, but we're since finalized and has been to cabinet. Cabinet has agreed that we can go for public participation. Next slide. Last but one program, Chairperson, the digitization policy of the maritime developed as targeted, and the energy policy also developed. Chair, the TNPA corporatization, the work we're supposed to do in terms of monitoring and oversight. We have got that report, but corporatization itself has not happened, as we shall see with non-performance areas. Next slide. I think we've got the report on the jobs created, Chairperson, and then the vessels registered, the ship registered. We keep on monitoring that process, Chairperson. We can move around. To the next slide. Because we wanted to come to this, the NPA Act. We were supposed to submit to cabinet. We did not. The stakeholder engagements took a little bit more time, and then we have finalized that work, and the bill will then be one of the priority bills for this year. Next slide. The operation package, we moved slow. We couldn't achieve the 70% status because some of the things are greatly related to legislation, but also the slow spending by TNPA meant that some of the KFX programs could not be commenced on time, and with others having been cancelled. Next slide. We come to public transport, Honorable Chair, Honorable Montana. We can safely say there that we started with 13, and then we went to 10, with 3 having been withdrawn because of non-performance. We can today indicate that Musundis is back because we were able to, as we are assisting those 3 to come back, Musunduzi was slightly faster than all of them. So we're back to 11 cities that we are now monitoring. The treaty bill was approved by Parliament, and is one of those that is, I think, is still awaiting the President for assent. The NLTS, which is a new OLA system, was rolled out to provinces, and we added training, and we have now just added a module for e-hailing. And then the NLTAA was finally approved by the President in June. Again, the regulations are also finalized now. The good news in that space is then that we're targeting the 12th for publication of the Act and the regulations, and commencement with implementation of the NLTAA, the National Land Transport Amendment Act. Therefore, meaning that as of 13 September, e-hailing will be regulated, e-hailing services will be regulated in this country. The next slide. I think the empowerment model and the projects there, we have reported on them. They are progressing as envisaged, and then we exceeded the target, I think, in terms of the scraping of the taxes that came to our yard. Let's go to That is the bicycles. Everything that we had targeted to distribute, we did. We went over by about 103 on 8,000. Next slide. It could be what they requested, Honorable Member. It is based on demand. Next slide. They still want to go back. They want to get me into trouble. We have this issue around the subsidy policy. Maybe I should spend two more minutes on it. The issues at Nightleg and everything were ventilated, and we are fine. We were ready to go to finalize the policy matter. I think the one challenge that we had is the costs. It is taking around the way it is 8% of the GDP, which is slightly huge. The money is there in the system. It is just all over. If you look at how we plan for housing settlements and moving away from transport corridors and stuff and so on, if we were to work together, I think we can find the money in the system and we bring in efficiencies. But as it was, it could not really go forward. So we're remodeling the issue. And the other issue, Honorable Mandana, is the very question of unscheduled and unplanned and informal services. Designing a subsidy model for that is difficult. We might have to resort to capital subsidy, which is what we are talking. And we're calling that project reimagining the tax recap. So it's a holistic of the tax recap and how we can deal with the question of taxes. So we know that there is a lot of impatience around this work, but I think we just need to get it right. Chairperson, I think that should be the last slide on non-financial performance. The CFO will definitely go quickly to the numbers, Chair.
Yeah, you can. Thank you. Greeting to the Chair and honorable members. If you can go to slide 50, I will talk from there because that part was already touched. If you look at the schedule, you can see that our final budget for the year 2024-25 was 86.3 billion. And the department was able to spend 84.9 billion, which indicates under expenditure of 1.3 billion. But to explain also that is that the department actually did not actually underspend 1.3 billion because 1 billion of that amount is an allocation for the cities that did not comply in terms of the PTNG, and so those funds were returned to National Treasury to save it from being misappropriated by those cities. And also in that amount of transfers is the 133 million, which was specifically allocated to the DLCA, for the DLCA to procure the machine. As you all know that there was a finding on that procurement, so the department opted not to transfer the money so that it cannot be misused. Then if you go to the next slide, Chairperson, members show us the spending per program. I will not go into detail, but just to indicate, for example, in program 1, the underspending is 7 million for the year. And if members, I would like them to take note that during the adjustment budget, the department was given about 10 million to cater for the salary adjustment. And that 10 million is the one which created this saving because it was only made available from February 2025. So only 1 month actually was left, that is March, to utilize it. So that is the main reason for that. in program 2, the underspending is 3 million, and there, chairperson and members, it was because of the invoices that were received late, which were only be able to be paid in the new financial year. So that, if you look at it in our financial statement, you'll see that our accruals for that program have increased because of those invoices. The next slide is the rail transport. There you can see the underspending is 9 million. And here is basically because of the vacant posts in that particular program, as well as other goods and services that could not be paid because of the delay in invoices. And because those invoices, we received them before we closed for the financial year, the rollover application were open, and those invoices were part of the reason that we applied for rollover from National Treasury, so that in the current year, we are able to settle those invoices. In the roads branch, the underspending is 133. I've already explained the allocation to GLCA. If we can go to the next slide. In civil aviation, you can see there that the underspending is 22 million, and this is basically for the goods and services which involve the major event, which is the regional search and rescue event, which was rescheduled because last year, you'll recall, we were also focusing on cost containment measures, where if there are events that we can postpone, we advise the department to postpone that event just to save for the fiscals. And then in terms of the maritime branch, the underspending is 13 million, and this is also in relation to the International Maritime Organization Council election body event, which few officials were permitted to go and attend that event. And the next slide. Finally, the public transport, the last branch, and I think the ADG also touched on that, is in relation to the 1 billion, is mainly in relation to the cities that are listed there, Thekwini, Polokwane, Mangaung, and Johannesburg. And then the city of Cape Town, they deferred that their allocation be roll over to the outer year of 27-28 in this cycle. Next slide. This slide is just showing us the spending in terms of the economic classification. Then here the members can see that in terms of compensation of employee, I already explained the 10 million that we received in February, which we could not use. And your goods and services, I've already given the list per branch of the items that cost that 78 million. Then is your transfers, I've already explained the major contributors to that. Then let's go to the next slide. Next slide, this is a detailed explanation of all the economic classification. The next slide, until the last one, chairperson shows you in this one, slide 57, you can see that 1 billion under the public transport network of the 1 billion. Then the next deficiency, you can see the DLCA at 133. And then in slide 58, you can see the taxi scrapping is 51. And you know, it is also demand driven. If there's no demand, we can't spend this money. And then also the bursaries as well as the international memberships, which there was a saving of 6.9 million. Next slide. This is what we transfer in terms of the provincial road maintenance grant. We transfer all the funds that was appropriated to the Department of Transport. Next slide. This one is for the Public Transport Operation Grant. You can see we also transferred all the monies, and the provinces were almost were able to spend 99% of it. Next slide. This is mainly the one we were referring to. You can see all the cities that we did not transfer their money as listed there. Then the last slide. This is the environment that, as you have seen, that there was an underspending then, and so what we did was that we identify where there will be overspending within the branches, and we reallocated the funds across the branches in order to prevent overspending in certain line items across the department. Next slide. This slide is talking to the rollovers. As you have seen, that some of the areas where there were commitments, we had to request the rollover, and this is the rollovers that we have submitted to be appropriated during the adjusted budget. And the next slide, this is the presentation for the Q4 expenditure report and performance report. Thank you.
Chairperson, I think that brings us to the end of our presentation. I think maybe one would want to conclude by saying that the regulations, as the DG has pointed out, insofar as e-hailing are concerned, will be published on the 12th of September. And we believe that this will mark a new era for regulation, oversight, and compliance, and be a model to assist us contain some of the very difficult challenges that we have witnessed in recent weeks. We continue to condemn the use of violence as a conflict resolution mechanism, and we are making a clarion call to the public transport sector, industry, to come to the table when we have got issues, and I believe the engagements that we have had in recent weeks will steer us in that direction, that our problems must be resolved through negotiations and discussions, and we continue, Chair, to work towards creating a conducive and safe environment for operators and commuters, because that is critical to maintaining public order and public stability. We are in engagements with the Gauteng government on the key areas that require collaboration, including but not limited to a memorandum of understanding between the provincial government and the RTMC to deploy traffic law enforcement to hotspots and areas of challenge, to make sure that where areas of compliance are required, that enforcement is done. And we are lastly, Chair, indicating that we have actually met with the Minister of Police, and we have met with the taxi industry leadership on these key areas, and I think there is a broad agreement and consensus that collaboration is going to drive our outlook, and that public safety remains our main priority as we navigate these challenges. And so on Friday, the 12th, we will be publishing those regulations, and indicate, Chair, that I've also met with some of the e-hailer companies and leadership themselves to ensure that we are all on the same page. It is now our expectation that there will be compliance, and they should comply. But of course, this will continue to be a work in progress once those regulations are published on Friday. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, the Honorable the DM and the team. First, I must join in congratulating you for a clean audit. In a country where we find ourselves, as much as you say you are from the view that we can congratulate a fish for swimming, where we are now, I think you deserve to be congratulated, and the team deserve to be congratulated, especially that is after so much of a string of failures to arrive in this particular outcome. It is not something that we must take on a lighter note. We must appreciate you, yourself at the ministry level, together with the minister, pass our sincere word of appreciation to you, And we must congratulate the ADG and the team here, and the CFO and the entire team for such a great milestone. I have seen your effort has also spiraled down into other provinces. I've seen Limpopo Transport has also got a clean audit, which tells of a sort of a relationship that we are starting to spiral down in terms of impact and effect to those that you work with. We appreciate that. We must not take it in a very small light. Related to that, I must also congratulate and appreciate the team led by obviously Minister Chrissy and yourself. My team here tells me that it's for the first time that we receive a fourth quarter report in this format, even before we receive the annual report. So I think it's commendable. I'm going to allow members to ask you questions, and then we then move forward. In my part, the only question I may want to ask is the economic regulator. When are you intending to onboard the port regulator? When are we going to start to see when are we going to start to see the work happening of the transport economic regulator? As you may have seen yesterday, it was a hot issue relating to the regulations, and I hear you are saying you're going to publish or start implementing on the 12th of September. We appreciate that because I may have spoken to most of you about the need to finalize this, because it's starting to create a situation where the country is drifting into chaos because of this interrelationship between in the transport industry. So the sooner we bring everyone on board in relation to that, it's going to be very, very important, not just for the transport industry itself, but for the whole country. Because when the transport industry is in trouble, everyone gets affected. So I think let me allow members to input and comment. In that order, yeah, you'll start yourself, Honorable Ghana. You'll be followed by Honorable Van Staden, Honorable Montana will come in, Honorable Kopani, and then is your hand up? It's fine. You'll come after Honorable Kopani. You'll come, then he'll close it. Honorable Ghana.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I welcome the report, and well done to the department for a clean audit. It's always good when there's a clean audit, and we welcome that. Chair, I'll touch on a couple of points, and I will have asked that I have maybe 7 minutes interaction, but it didn't go that way. But the next meeting, I'm asking in advance so that we can move along. So in the last meeting,
Ghana, because we are streaming, followers may want to. We are streaming live, so you get speaker closer to the mic.
Oh,
they seem to be losing your voice.
I was trying to move closer. So the acting DG was looking at me, and the voice maybe got disrupted. So Chair, in the last meeting, I raised this particular point. That one crucial missing part of this report are the entities of the department. The health of the entities of the department. So if you were to kind of read this report, and you were like to get, because it's supposed to give an overview of the transport department, you might be tempted to say where we are not performing its own legislation, but the health of the entities themselves. People are reading every day, this CEO is suspended, that board is dismissed, this one, but then the agency oversight is missing. I put it last time, and I think in the last report, and I stand to be corrected, I think there was a program after the last program of maritime, which was 3 lines or 4 lines. I stand to be corrected. And that tried to go into entities. And this report, it does not touch on it. That is critical, Chair. It's very critical. And I will then submit that in the next quarter, as we will have conversation with the entities, but there's a shareholder representative in these entities. We want to know the health of the entities in these quarterlies, so that we can be able to, even as a preparation to the actual meeting with the entities. So that's the first one. The second one that I want to know, Chair. So there's this 1.1 billion. And then out of that, the 474 million is from Cape Town. And it said that they have requested that this money be paid, be held in the department. If I had the CFO correct, Cape Town says we don't have ability to spend this money. Hold it for us until 2027-28. Did I hear that correctly? And what is the impact? If indeed Cape Town says we don't have capacity to spend this money, or what is the reason that Cape Town has given to say, don't give us the 474 million now, maybe give it to us in 27-28. What's going to happen in the period in between? But linked to that, Chair, it's when I look into the request for rollover, the request is 303 million for a rollover. So if I add the two, it says 700 million. So Cape Town says we don't have capacity to spend, but then we are requesting rollover for 303 million. Where does that the 400 million? That is, it's either not going to be paid in 27-28. We have also not asked for a rollover. Does it mean that it has been lost completely? So the municipalities that were supposed to get that, so is it curtains? Because we haven't asked for a rollover, or at least the report does not indicate that we have asked for a rollover. If there can be clarity on that. Chair, it's always good when you transfer, which means the accountants are doing and the people that are punching the keyboards are doing what they are doing, as insofar as transferring. 100%, provinces have received 100%. And then, but then the point that we raise, we see that the provinces say they've spent. So just want to check first, is this let's call it, are you convinced that this is the true reflection of the spending by provinces? Or this is what the provinces have said they've spent? Have they spent the money on what they've said they will spend the money on? Especially on the provincial roads maintenance. We raised the issue around the state of the provincial roads. But then if you look at this, our roads should be looking great, provincial roads, because provinces are receiving the money and they are spending the money. And our home province, Chair, Limpopo, they've received just under 2 billion, and they say that they've spent every cent, 100%. Like there's not even 1 rand that they didn't know where to. 100% is spent. So Limpopo says that they've spent the entirety of the transferred amount. The same will go for KZN. So it's to then check when they say they've spent as a department, what is the mechanism that you use to satisfy yourself that indeed the money has been spent for what it was supposed to be spent on? Because if we are complaining about the general state of provincial roads and provinces are then requesting that roads be taken over by Sanral, but then they are spending all the monies that they are receiving, it's like the money spent, but then the service is not going right. The same will go for the Eastern Cape. The last question, Chair. On the once-off gratuity to the taxi industry, who received that money? And how was it administered? So from a finance side of things, who is the recipient on the other side? Are they the taxi owners, the taxi associations? If you can just take us through that, because it says here that there's 300 million and 300 million was paid. Who received it? The 300 million to the taxis? Because when they are on TV and radio, they say we are getting no support from national government or any department of transport. But there's 300 million here. Who received that money? Because there are routes and there are strikes all over the place and so forth. But there's money here. We want to know who received it and it was to do what? That 300 million that has been given to the taxi industry. And we look forward to the regulations on the e-hailing and we'll comment on those. I so submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Van Staden.
Thank you, Chair. Just two questions from me. On the aviation licenses, can we just get an indication what is the current backlog? And on the PTNG, I just want to know what is the reason for municipalities not utilizing these grants. Thank you.
Yeah, you will come in. Honorable Van Staden, Honorable Montan.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I just want to raise a few questions for clarity. And again, I think it's not common or usual for the opposition to praise fish for swimming. But I think that would of course extend also our congratulations to the ministry, acting DG, CFO and the team. Thanks very much for that. And I think compared to the other reports previously, I think that we're seeing in this fourth quarter some improved spending on some of the key programs. I think is something that is positive. Let me raise just a few things, and maybe the team could comment. I think let me start with, you remember when we kept on objecting to the quarterly reports, there were two main things that from our side we raised in November last year. We raised the issue, and I'm glad that Honorable Ghana is following up on in the last two meetings has been repeating the issue. The issue about particularly the transfers to the different public entities. Now, we don't necessarily want it in the, we don't want the details as if, but these entities come to us once or twice in a year. So I think that an indicative, in your report, if you can have a sense of the expenditure. I mean, let's take one of the key things that we are focused on is Transnet. If you look at the amounts that were transferred or the guarantees that were given to Transnet, we're interested in that box, and it can be a dark box for us. So we think that it's something that even if it's a commentary on those, so that by the time they come here, we've got a full sense, because you have, I mean, over 90% of these resources are transferred. Yet we are measuring a small part. We don't get a sense about that performance. So I think the point that we should keep on raising. Secondly, is the issue of public transport, and I think that we'll not have a discussion where we'll not make the point. And I'm glad that both the minister and the DG on Tuesday, I think, last Tuesday, they emphasize about the remodeling and all of those things. We look forward to seeing what exactly it entails. But let me indicate my main interest here. Firstly, DG, I see that under public transport, the slide where we're talking about. Let me just here. We do. I just want to make sure that we are not using these words interchangeably, particularly based on your explanation. In slide 42, you're talking about cities that we are assisting in planning, and we're talking about integrated public transport networks. And I just want to make sure that we're not using interchangeably public transport network grant. Because if we're talking about integrated public transport networks, IPTNS, then we know that we've got an interest. And based on your own presentation the last time you were here, you had emphasized that you want to see rail as a backbone of integrated public transport networks. So I assume that here we're talking about a public transport network grant more than the integrated public transport, because whilst there's a relationship, the difference that different, and I think that for some of us we are interested in. So that is one part for you to comment. The second one relates when you look at the slide 60, public transport operations grant, and I'm glad that we are seeing that level of spending there. Okay, but it doesn't tell us the story, and I think I want to request, Deputy Minister, that perhaps what we need to get, you begin to give us the numbers, because we're interested in the public transport operations grant which goes to these buses. The number of passengers is very important for us, because it then begins to tell us who are we reaching and whether we're spending this money more efficiently. Particularly when in the context, DG, of what you mentioned, that we are now looking at this subsidy policy, because then we need to make sure that we are benefiting, we are reaching out to people that we should be reaching. Yesterday when I was traveling back to the village, I had a taxi next to me, and I had a Golden Arrow bus next to me, and then I had my seat next to me. And when I look at the numbers in all the three, because the taxi would be in its full capacity, as in 16% and all of those things. But in a real sense, I think that in the current budget, we've been given an extra R1 billion in terms of the public transport operations grant. And this allocation has been stagnant for quite a while. And we want to see whether, for example, there's a much bigger demand. So when you include both subsidized and non-subsidized routes, okay, we want to see where we're spending the money in. And I think that I see more spending, but the demand could be twice or thrice than the numbers that I see here. So I think that is very important, that if we have the comparison, PTOG, PTNG, and also what goes to taxis. I think that Honorable Ghana is raising an important issue about taxis. But I want to say that when you look at the numbers, whether the 300 million, when you look in the broader scheme of the public transport CFO, you'll see that the taxis still get and I'm not saying that, yes, we're waiting for this revised taxi and public transport program, but still, I would fight that the taxi industry get a meaningful share. They're still getting a small share, and I think it's something that we raised during the budget speech. So we think that as you revise, there's a case for taxi operators to be getting more relief whilst we are doing all of that. If it's going to take long, let's give the relief now. It's 300 million in the broader scheme of the billions we spend. It's still a small amount of money. So I think that is something. So I'm trying to get a picture that, in real terms, how many people and who are we now? I'm not saying for today, the acting DG. I think that as we continue the conversation moving forward, the department can share with us and say, these buses are reaching this number of people, and that there are unsubsidized routes and how many people are there, because the bus operators will provide you all with all that information. It gives us a true sense of the public transport demand, rather than looking at it from the point of numbers. We want to see whether the subsidy policy will then speak up to that. So that's what I'm trying to get to. DG, I think my last two quick points is that you mentioned the National Ports Development Plan. When we were in ports, there was also ports master plans being developed. Now I see in your program too, integrated transport planning. I want to ask, what happened to the National Transport Master Plan? Because we said we are going to bring all of these things together so that we can have a transport master plan that tells us where we should be going and where we should be investing. If we're talking about investment in the future, we should know. But you're talking about the ports plan, and you're also talking about the high-speed rail. So it tells us that the National Transport Master Plan at some stage has to be on the table to guide everyone that is dealing with transport. My last point relates to the ports environment. I think that let me go back to my last point in public transport, and I'm glad that you are mentioning the fact that the National Land Transport Amendment Act, I nearly said Transitional Act, Amendment Act, is coming into effect. When the minister addressed us, and I think DM, it could have been you, in November last year, we said we were going to share this devolution strategy. And I think that when some of us supported in the declaration your budget, or rather your report, we then said we'll have this devolution plan in there. And we want to see, I see that the more we are promised that we'll comment on it, the more it's lagging behind us. It's in red. Give us a sense as to where we are, and are we continuing with the devolution plan that we have? Because I think it's also a major issue for us. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
You've been consistent in redefining the word short. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, mine is directed to the administration, that is the CFO, the CS, as well as the Office of the DG. Of the 100% all reported allegations of fraud and corruption received, which were investigated within 30 days, how many individuals were found guilty, and how many have been presented in the court of law? That's the first question, Chair. And the second question, we'll never keep quiet when it comes to issues of gender and gender presentation, as well as gender parity. On the reports, on preference points, allocation of procurement, to promote 40% of public procurement spent on women-owned businesses. Does this speak to all women or women from previously disadvantaged groups, and black women in particular? That's my only two questions, Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Honorable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Um, yeah, so on the 94% of the compliance, it is quite encouraging and commendable. But perhaps the real question would be, the DG cited the issue of the payments to travel agencies impacting the ability of the department to meet its turnaround time there. However, why is this done after the fact? And is there no pre-approval process for that? Won't this set an expectation if there is a pre-approval process? Because you mentioned that you must now go and identify those that have gone on travel. So if there is an elaborate pre-approval process, it assists you in terms of you can approve who can go, but also in terms of the ability to identify them so that we can comply. And then also, you mentioned the loss control committee, and what is the corrective measure, and how do they, how long do they take to report back, and what is often what are the findings? Perhaps let me rephrase it this way. Shouldn't we say that if there is a no-show and that a loss control committee has investigated and has found that the person that has caused a no-show, shouldn't be the sanction be that that person should carry the cost of the travel internally within the department? Because we're saying that there's a loss control committee. Our objective is to try and make sure that the state doesn't lose money. As I said, 94% compliance is quite commendable, but maybe just tighten those small issues. I think it will assist with that. And then also, the National Devolution Strategy, I hear the DG saying that they're going to rope in some experts to try and assist to expedite and speed up the process. But there has been, I think there's a national rail policy which also speaks to this. I think there was at some point a white paper as well that was speaking about devolution as well. Why is it that it seems there is an unacceptable general stall on the issue which comes to the National Devolution Strategy? And then, what is the status on the suspension of the RTMC? Is there a report that can be given to the committee, or maybe an appraisal to assist with what is happening there? In the previous times, in the portfolio committee, we said we must do a follow the money program. We've just said now that the PRMG to provinces has been allocated and that they are utilizing it correctly. Perhaps for us here internally, that in the next oversight cycle, we should visit provinces on the basis of tracking PRMG. Go to Mpumalanga, go to Limpopo, go to KZN, because what we find is that provinces are rushing and competing and fighting to transfer some of their most strategic and key roads to Sanral, to assist with them actually maintaining the roads and in some instances new builds. But on this case specifically, I mean, Sanral, when it was here, it was showing us how many applications they've received for transfers. Yet provinces are saying that they're utilizing 100% of their provincial maintenance roads grant. Fortunately, some of us come from rural provinces. Easter, holidays, and all of those things, we go back to our provinces. So what we see in the provinces and what we see in the reports here and what they are fighting for to actually compete to give what they should be doing to Sanral, because they deem Sanral to be more competent and fit more than them, yet they utilize 100% of their budget. So from the committee side of things, Chair, perhaps we should prioritize that on our Follow the Money program, but also from the PRMG side, I think we need to zoom in more deeply into the process, because we asked this question the previous time, DG, and the response, the one that you gave us, was that the department does not have control in terms of how they utilize their money. We do the transfers, but then if the provinces don't have capacity, some of them they do say that we don't have capacity for full implementation, but some of them they don't say that. Now, how do we at a department level filter all of that so that we can improve efficiency? The last question from me, Chair, is on the tax recapitalization program, there's a 10% of tax operators that did not qualify or meet the criteria for a taxes to be scrapped. Here is the question. Perhaps how do we assist those the 10% taxi operators that don't meet the requirements to be able to comply and for their taxes to be scrapped? The secondary question to that is, what mostly is making them unable to meet the requirements? And maybe the last sub-question to that would be, or not a question, but a comment, is that if a taxi operator, by their own admission, they say, my taxi is unfit to transport passengers, you must know that that taxi is unfit to transport passengers. But when they take it to the department to say, let it be scrapped, the department says, okay, 10% of you don't meet the requirements. You know what is going to happen? I can't scrap it. It's not going to sit at home under a tree or on top of the bricks. It's going straight back to the roads. Now, how do we prevent that? But more on a, how do we assist with having a situation where that 10% can be accommodated in terms of that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabel.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. You know, I'm very skeptical to join in the celebrations of the clean audit because the Department of Transport always shock us, Chair. We are going
I know you are not fond of celebrations.
No, but Chair, the context is we'll celebrate and say the department has received a clean audit. By the time we step out here, we hear that the CFO has been suspended. So they've got these tendencies of where even their entities, they are a true reflection of their entities. And Chair, maybe before I make my points or ask my question, I don't know why the honorable members are not raising this with the deputy minister in the absence of the minister, because we were very firm in our strat meeting regarding communications. Because you were saying that you like that the Department of Transport, take us into confidence in terms of the issues that would have been raised within the department before they go out to public. To see how we can synchronize communications between the department and ourselves so that we do not receive a shocker. So that when they know that they are going to issue a statement to say that a particular CEO of a particular entity has been suspended, before that goes out to the media, can they then appraise the committee so that we are able to speak to those issues if we are required. Maybe that's just for you, DM, in terms of is there a way that we can synchronize communications between the department and the portfolio committee? That's one. But also, DG and DM, I don't know whether we are failing. I don't want to use the word failing, but we are not meeting the targets in terms of the integrated transport plan, especially in particular with the PTNG grant. And maybe that's why I wanted to support the view of Honorable Ghana to say maybe the report must then be specifics going forward in terms of entities and these, sort of municipalities that are recipients of these grants. Because with the PTNG grant, now eThekwini has asked for a rollover of 303 million. Has that been approved? Maybe if you can just give me those specifics. Has eThekwini complied to the ministers in terms of the reports, in terms of what the minister would have wanted eThekwini to do? And also this underspending in the PTNG grant, was it not of the minister's making? Because is she not the one who withheld the money from eThekwini, citing that there are certain things that she's not happy with? And then with now this rollover that has been requested, is this money now going to go to eThekwini for that expenditure? In terms of also the integrated transport planning, do we consider the disabled community when we're talking about that, in terms of those who are disabled from their points of origin to the point of arrival, in terms of are they then incorporated in our integrated transport planning? Also, just to echo some of the members' sentiments in terms of the public transport, the Taxi Association really speaks about no support in the department. I see there are taxi empowerment projects, and all of those are said to have been spent 100% outside of what Honorable Ghana would have raised in terms of the other figures. What are these empowerment projects that have been given to the taxi associations, and why is this not felt on the ground by them? Because they are very strong that you guys don't give them any assistance. And maybe the second to last point is on the driver's license machine card. I feel, DM, that we are losing the battle on that. Maybe if you can just appraise us in terms of the process there. We know that the issue is in court, if I'm not mistaken. But then what are we doing in the interim to make sure that our people are therefore not disadvantaged in terms of that? And then the last one will be the delayed invoices. DG, you spoke about consequences in terms of the respective DGs or the respective DDGs in terms of these. What are those consequences, and are you able to provide us with any evidence of such that have been mitigated against those DDGs of the relevant entities that wouldn't have, or that would have complied to the 30-day payment of compliant invoices? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Malmata, thanks very much, Honorable Blosse. I thought we had agreed that what you raised, that we must raise with the DM. It's a matter that will be dealt by officials. It's not at a strategic level. Now you want to elevate an operational matter to be a strategic issue. But we know that particular matter. Thanks very much. Honorable Malmata.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and greet the DM, acting DG, CFO, members of the Portfolio Committee. Also join my colleague when we are welcoming this report with good result, very magnificent achievement by the department under the stewardship of the minister herself, Barbara Chris, accompanied by DM and everyone in. We really appreciate this, bearing in our mind where the department comes from, as it has been alluded now that it is for the first time we get this kind of report. As we celebrate this, we must be able to zoom in where we think you need to fast-track the improvement, especially when you deal with the matter of the stakeholders. You know, if you are not doing well at that junction, you are not doing well in terms of satisfying masses, because stakeholders, they come in a form of masses and representing a number of people. Therefore, we will want to see you improving there. But before you leave here, you must try to satisfy us as to what mechanism do we have in place to ensure that everybody is everybody is in board and no one is left outside. So that at the end of the day, we are rest assured that there will be no stakeholder that will complain, that we are given not 100% attention by the department. One other thing that makes you to succeed is this issue of experts, which we appreciate. However, the issue is it inclusive and accommodating future people in a form of young people. Because we find that we've got something in place, but if it's not accommodating the young ones, when these old ones are going for pension, early retirement, and other things, we go back to square one. And do we have program in place to, when we are saying the issue of R2 will be in place come 1st of December, to talk to the masses on the ground? Because we normally have this tendency of coming with legislation that when we're supposed to go and educate our own people, we don't do that. So when they start receiving that, they start to rebel against it. So programs dealing with that. And I would want to pretend as if I did not hear you, acting DG, that there might be some illegal lending in the country. So, and really that issue, if it's true, then we are back to square one of the Guptas. We don't want these vistas to be here.
Wrong example.
Unfortunately, it's what happened. And on the 13th September, you are talking about regulating the e-hailing. You know, it's very good and we welcome this DM. What you must know that we are representing everybody. Ensure that everything is in place. Because we don't want a situation where all is done and a certain entity is not coming on board. You'll find, for an example, if I have to give an example of the taxis, the very same RMTMC starts stopping these taxis. They want a permit, operation permit, but it's the very same department, they want it from this one, then this one saying, we don't issue it, we take it to province. But the Department of Transport. So I'm saying this especially to this e-hailing, that are all systems in place to ensure that we don't have this thing of blame game. Chairperson, to the CFO, do we have measures in place to deal with the municipalities who are tagged as non-compliant when it comes to Digital Operation Resilience Act? That is the DORA condition. And that we will just give it a twin, especially when we deal with the Western Cape. And how are we going to deal with the Western Cape? We time and again want to be treated differently, whereas when coming to issues of transport, they are number one here. If it's just not 2 days, after a day, there's taxi violence. This bus, the Arrow bus, is banned somewhere. We just introduced a very good train. It had another issue there. So you can see that these people really want to find themselves outside South Africa. And if we don't deal with them, then it's a problem here. It's just the last two. Let me deal with these two. The last two, the two program on transport. Can you please provide an insight on why the cabinet memo was not approved in Free State? That will be followed by Northwest, Northern Cape, for the implementation of 7-day, 24-hour shift system. And when will the memo be submitted again? It caused a number of issues there. Then the last one will be of the DMC, we were dealing with the bicycles, of the 8,000 bicycles which have been distributed in 2024-2025 financial year as per the annual target. Are there statistics available in terms of regions in the province with regard to bicycle offered? Are there statistics available in regions, in province, with regard to bicycle offered? So that some must not say they were left out. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malmacha and honorable members, for progressive questions you have asked and comments you have made. DM, over to you.
Guning, and it's getting guningia. Chair, let me, no, but I think let me try and be brief, also be and mindful of time, and the DG and the CFO are here to indicate that yes, On the 1st of December, we will be rolling out ARTO. I am currently engaged in a process with the governance branch on finalizing on the organogram and structure of ARTO for a progressive and incremental rollout to ensure that capacity is readily available for us on the 1st of December. Secondly, RTIA is finalizing the communication plan for public education around ARTO, and I will be meeting with RTIA chairperson on Thursday this week as part of our ongoing engagements on ensuring that we are ARTO ready come the 1st of December. So that remains a priority for us, and there is constant and continuous engagement on that front to make sure that that is done, and we are, in fact, as we speak, there is ongoing engagements with the municipalities now to make sure that we are constantly up to date with their own state of readiness, so that Chair, we can provide the update and the statistics and which engagements have happened and where they still need to go. Chairperson, on the issue of the driver license card, as we've reported before, there were irregularities that were picked up by the Auditor General, and the matter is in court, and we'll have to await the court processes to run their course. However, we have finalized an agreement with the government printing works to help us alleviate the backlog that we currently have insofar as printing is concerned, and where we continue to find challenges on the use of the driver licenses, including identification at airports. We are in communication with the aviation sector on how we are managing all those issues, because colleagues do know driver's license is also a form of identification at airports. So that is a work in progress. But Chair, what I can say is that the intervention is that we have now signed the agreement with government printing works to make sure that we assist fast track printing on the backlog. Chair, there is the issue around the PRMG, and I would want to say we probably do need at your availability of program to come back and unpack issues around PRMG. Just 2 weeks ago, I was here in the Western Cape to meet with the provincial government on their PRMG issues and to see some of the projects that they are undertaking. And we have already done consultations with provinces such as Free State, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, amongst others, on the PRMG. The issue, Chair, is one, the PRMG must not become a dependency driving grant from provinces for them to lower their equitable share allocations and then depend on the PRMG. So we need to look at the formula in itself. Two, this is also in part a treasury managed grant. As you know, its origins from 2011. So in the broader scope, Chair, what I've asked the roads branch to do is to undertake a comprehensive and holistic review of the PRMG grant and to identify the prevailing shortcomings and loopholes which are there, so that we can be able to reroute it to being fit for purpose. On the follow the money, yes, there is already a team of engineers, amongst others, who are part and parcel of our oversight mechanisms to make sure that money is being spent and spent correctly. I was with that team here in the Western Cape. Chair, and then the issue is we need to, maybe, I don't know, provinces must assist us here in terms of their own internal planning. Provinces will request and make proposals for a project X, which will be approved and funds will be transferred or dispersed. Come the state of the province address, the Premier announces his or her own priorities in terms of road maintenance, and then those funds find themselves in trouble. So what we are doing is that the online system for reporting is being cleaned up to make sure that there's data integrity in that space and to make sure that we cover all the areas that require attention. I would say, Chair, we would probably have to come back to the committee more broadly on PRMG and its issues. Chair, the issue of the entities, we remain in your hands, Chairperson, to come back with entities, as I said the last time. We would probably want a more constructive and robust engagement with the entities, and so we're looking at some 14, 16 entities within the department. How you structure the program and when you want us here with entities, we will definitely be available, Chairperson, for that. On the issue of the RTMC, the matter of the CEO suspension, the matter is in court as we speak now, and we'll await the court processes to run their course. The board has begun an investigation, forensic investigation, and we'll await the outcomes of that forensic investigation, Chairperson, on those matters. Chair, then maybe second to last on my part before I go to DG, is to say the issue around the taxi industry is riddled with complexities. And therefore, that will riddle the funding and subsidizing that you want to have and do in that space. Because one, you're looking at issues of ownership and operations, roads permitting, associations. And so I believe that the remodeling and reimagining the space in terms of support is key that we are wanting to do, and that has been explained previously. The first thing that we need to do is to de-risk. It is a major and massive element of the taxi industry financing ecosystem because the interest rates are exorbitantly high. And then they trigger a host of other things, including but not limited to the kind of driving behavior we see on the roads. So this, Chairperson, remains an area of work. I disagree with the notion that we are not doing anything for the taxi industry. In fact, I think the constant engagements that we are having amongst professionalizing the driver ecosystem of the industry, when we are working on issues of road safety with the taxi industry, they have raised sharply the issue of permits with us, and that is why we are engaging provinces. And on the issue of permits, Chair, the Minister has issued a directive that we need to undertake an exercise of making sure that there's ease of access for permits within the entire ecosystem of the transport sector, including online capabilities, so that we take out what we may call the middleman or the human element or the human error, which is causing problems for us. But the flip side of that, Chair, is that there's responsibilities that are on the taxi industry itself, in that how do you purchase a taxi without a permit? And then when you have got the taxi, then you say, I want to have my taxi placed, right? So there's also those difficult conversations we need to have about taxi acquisition, amongst others, so that we can be able to dovetail the element in the ecosystem. And that conversations we are having with the industry to make sure that they too understand the burden of responsibility that they have. They have raised issues with the provincial offices, and this is why there is a focus on the permitting system being regularized so that we can be able to deal with issues. Then we go to e-hailing. Obviously, there's also municipal competences that you need to look at here around what may be available. If you look at the city of Cape Town, it may issue a certain number of permits, but you've got an excess of vehicles. And so those are all the things that I believe will be sorted out by this. Second to last, Chair, National Devolution Strategy. We indicate in the presentation that the strategy will reach minister and then it will run its ordinary course. There's no deliberate stonewalling. There's also constitutional issues we need to look at here around concurrent functions, responsibilities, and so on. But what is also clear is that we have done good work through PRASA here in the Western Cape, opening up the priority lines, the 40 lines here to make sure that trains are running. There is a heavy investment which has been pronounced that will be made for signaling within the current budget to make sure that there's heightened efficiency of the movement of trains. So I would not want to set a tone that seeks to say the movement of trains is finding itself stalled because of a strategy. Trains are moving. The first quarter of 2025 transport figures speaks to indicators all on the increase in terms of whether it's airport movement, it's train movements, taxi movements. It's all key for us as a priority, and the numbers are speaking for themselves. We can make that report available to you, Chair. There's heavy improvements that you have seen in Transnet, as well as the Minister issued a statement on Monday, including our TEU handling, amongst others. So what I'm saying, Chair, is that whilst all these strategies and documents are all being developed, refined, and reviewed, there is sufficient traction speaking to pointers of progress within the ecosystem. So there's no deliberate general stalling to quote the words that were used there. And then lastly, Chair, the issue that has been raised around Sanral and roads. Chair, the transfer of roads it happens at the request of a premier to the minister. And we have taken the decision that currently Sanral clearly has sufficient roads to take care of and does not need to unload further roads onto the network. We need to deal with what we have, and what is important is for provinces to perform the functions that they need to perform insofar as maintenance, infrastructure development is concerned. And I believe that Sanral is doing well. If you look at just the N3 corridor currently, where the 20 kilometers have recently been opened, and we are moving with speed to make sure that those programs of Sanral actually run their course to a logical conclusion. So we do not have an appetite of unloading more roads onto the Sanral network at this point, whilst the capacity may be there to take them on, but the priority is that let's deal with what we have, in provinces to deal with what they have. Also considering that there's funds that have been dispatched to provinces, because when these roads are brought to Sanral, they don't come with money. So it can't just be a willy-nilly throw easy thing to say, to assist me deal with my problems, let me take this road to Sanral. No. Because if we do that, Chair, then the culture of responsibility and accountability is going to be eroded. Provinces must step up to the plate to perform the functions that they have to perform and maximum use of the resources that they have been provided. So Sanral can be a default position for people not doing what they are supposed to be doing, and I believe that Sanral has got sufficient work at this point in time that it needs to do. DG, can I ask you and the team to then deal with issues and cover me where I have not, with expert outlook, responded to the issues? Thank you.
Point of order.
before the DG continues. You see, and the point that goes like this, the DM, you came, and I'm referring to the ministry and the department. You told us about the devolution strategy. You told us, and say you shared that with us. You see, what you are telling us now, you are asking for a very open-ended process. Okay? You are not. So you are supposed to tell us we've said this. That's where we are, and all of those things. Okay? That's the first thing. So I don't know who used the word stalled, but the point is, you said you will. This is in November last year, not today. So I don't think that we should accept that as a committee. That as a department, you tell us something, then we follow up, and then you then shift the goalpost. Let me give you another second example, DG. You said you gave us a presentation and specified the roads, provincial roads that Sandral will take over. Okay? And then you are telling us about the appetite. We are not asking about, we're asking you to tell us what progress have you made on things that you told us. Okay? I hear you, for example, on the taxi recap. We are very specific that out of the 15.3 billion rands that this department spent on public transport, the taxi industry got 80.2 million for the taxi empowerment project and 300 million for the once-off taxi gratuity. These are, in the bigger scheme of things, I'm not talking about 86 billion CFO. I'm talking about 15.8 billion that you have on public transport. And the biggest mode of public transport, which is the taxi industry, gets less than 400 million of that amount. So DG, we are not creating these things. We are talking about presentations that you had given to us. Now you must tell us. You can't say that. You can't say to us that we are not stalling. We are not. When is this devolution strategy that the minister said he'll share with us, and that's what you said in November last year? That's the point that we're simply raising. Thank you.
Chairperson, slide 22.
Maybe before you go in, I don't think it was necessarily a point of order. I think you're raising a comment that you want to follow up on. And
It's an issue of accountability.
Yeah.
About how we're going to do things. So it's on a procedure point of view.
I want to assist. I want the minister, the DM, to align in responding to what you are saying.
No, I agree fully with you, Chair.
Yeah.
Except that I'm saying, if the department responds to us, okay, like on the specific case I've mentioned,
Yeah.
okay, it's not, we can go around the committee here and check this what the department said. We are asking based on that.
Hence, I'm saying you have drawn reference to specific issues and how we have reflected about them, which we all have a collective memory of that. So I'm saying, can we then allow them to realign their answers to what you are saying? Is that out of order?
No, that is in order.
Okay.
I'm saying I'm raising.
Am I in order?
No, you're in order, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Chairperson, I think that Honorable Montana and I are saying the exact same thing. On slide 22 of our presentation, we indicate that the National Devolution Strategy, the target National Devolution Strategy developed, target Q4 actual output. And then we say reason for deviation. The final National Devolution Strategy was not submitted to the Minister for approval, and the draft strategy was not finalized in time due to the capacity constraints. He asks when. We indicate there that the draft devolution strategy will be updated and sent to the Minister for approval in Q2 of 25-26. So we have indicated what happened and when we intend on dealing with the issue. And the committee will have sight of it within the parameters of the process that will follow. So we've indicated why, but we have also indicated when in the response that we have actually provided. Again, on the PRMG, indicated, Chair, we will need a broader presentation on PRMG and expenditure and performance with the committee, because there are a number of issues that we have identified, and I indicated in the responses that I have asked the roads branch for a comprehensive review of the PRMG to make sure that it is still fit for purpose and able to deliver in light of the challenges that we have pointed out, amongst others, the equitable share expenditure and the over-reliance now by provinces to want to have the PRMG as the sole provincial maintenance funds available to them. When we present more extensively, you will see the shifts that have been there in the numbers. That equitable share for road maintenance continues to decrease, and PRMG remains either on a growth trajectory or stable. And so I think we are saying the same thing. The DG will drill into the issues around public transport. All I was pointing to is to say, when it comes to the taxi industry, we are the first ones to recognize that there's a need to professionalize the sector, not just from a driver performance and vehicle roadworthiness outlook. Those are all key. But the flip side of that professionalization of the taxi industry is the business operation, because you're also speaking about individual operators. We have to deal with root challenges that are there. You're also dealing with associations and umbrella bodies which continue to contest space. And maybe, Chair, the one issue that I forgot, and maybe this opportunity helps, is to say to the committee, the issue of criminality must be called out for what it is. It's not, whilst there's issues around regulations and permits that we must issue, but when people go out and hijack vehicles and kill people, that's criminality. And law enforcement must perform the responsibilities of what law enforcement is to help us maintain peace and stability in the sector. So when you look at the whole ecosystem of the taxi industry, you begin to see that there is overlays of who needs to do what. I also indicated, amongst others, that we have worked with provincial government of Gauteng to roll out traffic law enforcement in the form of the National Traffic Police as part of beefing up capacity and so far as compliance is concerned, to assist the taxi industry be able to function. So I think Honorable Montana and I, we are on the same page, Chairperson, who covered all right, and so
No, thanks.
Yeah,
That's
thank you,
why I deliberately allowed that conversation, because I realize you are talking one thing, but you are talking past each other.
I won't pursue it for now. I thought the GM would tell me that 380 million rand out of 15.3 billion, 15.8 billion. But Chair, I don't want to monopolize.
Okay.
Let's continue. Let the DG.
Yeah, but for now you are. No, you have answered him. Now we are. Don't escape. You are. No, it's fine. I think I allowed that conversation, colleagues, unfortunately, because I thought the colleagues are talking one thing, but I think they are missing each other somewhere. And if we leave here without having afforded you the opportunity to clarify that, it would then create impression that we are shifting the goalposts, and it's not necessarily the case from what I've heard, because I deliberately and attentively listened to what you said, even in the beginning, in relation to the slide that you presented. So I don't know whether Honorable Montana was still, yeah, it's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, DM. Thanks, Chair and honourable members once again. Chair, I think on that last point, Chair, there were two issues, and I think Honourable Montana is saying you said you will share with us. Chair, we will come and share with the committee at the appropriate time. I think that was the message. There was also an issue around why are you delaying, which the Deputy Minister dealt with it extensively. Chair, we have just appointed the board. We are taking through the board in terms of familiarization. We're also finalizing the roadmap in terms of the TR. Chair, we also are indebted to the committee for the TC, the council. But we are more than ready to fit in or to onboard the post regulator as a start of this regulator that we call the economic regulator for transport in its entirety. Chair, it is going to bring in no less than 6 regulators that are there in the department into one. But we're starting with the post regulator. Chairperson, the issue of the e-hailing deputy minister to address it. Chair, we definitely, and with the added capacity from the former DPE, now have the capacity to do financial health analysis. We did have, but we were stopping at churning out ratios, liquidity ratios, profitability, and related, because that's where the issue and the problem is. We'll add, going forward, a slide or two on that. The board status, governance status, and the financial health status. Because that's where you can see if the company is going to make it or not, and by when, and what interventions you need to bring in. And I think we can just say our apologies because we were doing the traditional way, improving going forward, but we'll also deal with, I mean, it will be a standard practice additional to the format and that we present in going forward. Because, Chair, you would know in their own right they've got an accounting authority and an accounting officer. On matters of detailed performance, they'll have to come and account, but we'll deal with the financial health and where we are going with them. Likewise, on the issue of we will break down the public transport grants in terms of who gets what per year. I will bring that spreadsheet. It is very clear. I think they are all over here. We can group them. We used to. We included even rail in there. Chairperson, over the years we have been not having a good time everywhere. When we were reporting about the support we give municipalities on IPTNs through the PTG. And IPTNs are the Integrated Public Transport Networks, Honorable Chair, and the PTNG is the grant that supports that. That support the IPTNs. We have been having serious issues, even from the portfolio committee chair, around how we transfer monies to municipalities, and there is no progress that is been shown. Now, we jacked up and improved on our monitoring abilities. And Chair, when we then are taking a deep dive into those municipalities and in terms of them spending according to original plans, we then find these challenges, the deviations from original plans and the like. Chairperson, that is why you see us now having to invoke Section 18 of Division of Revenue Act, where firstly we want the municipality to correct, and then we threaten suspending, and then we suspend, and if still there's no improvement, we withhold. So it's not an easy thing. It's a process that we follow in terms of legislation and give the municipalities to improve. And hence the 1.1 billion It's our attempt to save government money from being used according to deviated plans or wrongdoings. And we took cue from, among others, I think, a Parliament who said, you said you have given Cape Town 2 billion, we don't see 2 billion. I'm giving an example. We don't see 2 billion. And we then had to do this deep dive. And that is why we are not calling this under expenditure. We are calling this withholding of funds. We found each other with eThekwini, Honorable Blosser. They came back to our plans. There are still a number of things that needs to be corrected, but we have found each other. Hence, we now have supported that 303 million be made available to eThekwini because we are now back on track. The major issue there was the market surveys that would determine the market share for what we call the vehicle operating company. Because that's what the legislation says. It says you incorporate existing services. Now, if taxis are carrying 70%, it follows that 70% of shareholding should go to taxis. And then the eThekwini model was the other way around. And that is the cause that we could not support at the time. Now we are fine with them. We are back on track. We have supported their request. By the way, don't give rollovers, it's Treasury. We are back on track in terms of having submitted a rollover, and we believe, and as agreed, because we are doing these corrective measures with the Treasury and them, the city. So we don't leave you, we don't withhold money and say, when you forfeited it and you'll never get it anymore. We sit down with you and correct the things. That's where we are with eThekwini. Cape Town, based on their planning, they realized that they won't be needing 474 that we were to pay them for 24-25. And then the bulk of that money was coming from the BFI, the Budget Facilities Infrastructure. Unfortunately, that is purpose-built. They then went to Treasury and said, we won't use this money this year. We will use it in 27-28. And then Treasury agreed and informed us as the transferring officers. We protested a bit because we knew that the approach was somewhere else. But there was very little that we could do around that because it was a BFI facility money, and not necessarily PTG, it is in its entirety. Joburg, they had money put aside for procurement of buses, and then they delayed in the procurement of buses. That's when we took that money for buses, for when they are ready to purchase buses. Because if we had transferred that money, those buses are still not there. Who knows where the money would have ended at. So that makes the bulk of that 1.93 billion of the PTG that was not paid over. So it followed that particular process, and the process was thorough. And we don't sit back. Even those cities that we suspended years ago and said we are no longer participating because of perpetual non-compliance, we're not sitting. Where they need assistance, we assist them. And we have assisted Busunduzi's back. We left with Mbombela and Buffalo City. There are still issues there. We will come back. We'll also drag them back into the stable back again. The tax relief fund money. This was was government money that was given to the taxi industry as part of the COVID-19 mitigation during COVID. 1.13 billion was made available. Only 400 was spent, with 708 not spent. Now, when the year went by, the money was with NEF, the National Empowerment Fund, which was the delivery arm. Treasury demanded that money goes back. But then when we did the statistics on the taxi industry, we realized that some of them were left out because of going back and forth. And it ties to that issue of the people who might not even qualify for taxi recap. Operating licenses or permits. They don't have permits. So if you don't have permits, there's no proof that you are a registered operator. I'll come to the issues of what do we do with illegals. Now, and then there were people who were using taxis for scholar transport, for learner transport. They were equally affected by COVID, and they were not in part of the initial regulations. So 708 was returned. And then we went back to government and said, the taxi industry are saying that we gave them a short period of time to deal with this thing. They were sorting out papers. I remember in a taxi, it's a generational thing sometimes. You'll find the name is that of a great-grandfather who passed on years ago. So it gets transferred. Now, those are the dynamics. I think Deputy Minister tried to indicate why it is so difficult to even begin to start that we subsidize taxi. That's the complexities that we are dealing with and the cleanup exercise that needs to happen. So, the government then agreed at the cabinet level to then say, no, that money was appropriated and categorized as spent by the department because it went to the National Economic Empowerment. Government brought it back to the department. We improved on the 5,000 to the taxi industries to 7.2 based on the recalibrated model. And then we then brought in learner transport services and the cross-border transport services. 300 in the adjustment in November last year, only made available around February, and then 408 this current financial year. We want to believe that that money will not be used, all of it, based on the appetite now, currently. We therefore are supposed to, other government will have to go back to government or will have to benefit the taxi industry in some other way. But every cent now, as we speak, can be accounted for. That we can assure the committee. When we pay PTOG, Honorable Montana, we pay it on the basis of, remember we pay the money on the basis of the reports received of the previous month or quarter, previous tranche. So every quarter we receive statistics. We can make that available. Even on our way back, we can make sure that we call and we make those spreadsheets available on how many people were transported on subsidized routes and how many people were transferred on unsubsidized routes by the people that we are subsidizing. What we will not have is how many other people are outside of that, because that is now a question of surveys and it's a question of town planning. It falls slightly beyond public transport. Unless if the city, municipality, were doing proper ITPs, then they will have those statistics. And the provinces were following up on provincial land transport frameworks. We will have those statistics because that is on the basis of that you can plan going forward. But on the subsidized passengers and unsubsidized passengers on routes operated by subsidized buses, that we always have. It is in fact a condition upon which we release the next tranche. Why master plans and plans all over? Is it not time to invoke the National Transport Master Plan? Look, it's either way. I think, Honourable Chair, the National Transport Master Plan was extensive, carpet to carpet, but we now have to dissect that into subsector plans so that we can do what we can afford. I think it was a very beautiful plan, but very ambitious and probably unaffordable, slightly unaffordable based on the challenges. All the studies indicate that on public transport alone, we need to invest 4 times what we're investing now, if we were to do justice to the public transport system, taxis included. What we are getting, which is around 30 billion, if you combine also rail, we need 3 times that per year to be able to do justice to the public transport system in this country. The FFC study was still having it at 2.5, but I think it's a 9-year-old study. We did a similar study in Gauteng. We also did the similar study when we were doing sent out a document called Rationale for government intervention in public transport. So our investment levels in South Africa is going the opposite direction. And it's because there is no money. If there was money, the economy that could carry us. If you jack up on infrastructure, you are going to bring the operational costs down. But now we are going different directions because we don't have money to even maintain the infrastructure that we have, and the operational costs are shooting through the roof. That is the reality around the public transport strategy. I think we can bring. I don't think we have the issues of, but we do have a register for investigations. That, for instance, that we do the department. We can bring that list. I don't know if the CFO will have that offhand or on the computer, the issue of the preferences and who benefited. But those statistics are there. We can also bring them there. The real answer, according to me, Honourable Mabena, around travel invoices is to really go do electronic signatures. Because, like I said, it's not your normal travel invoice that you do, you plan, you pre-approve. It is where people are redirected, change flights because they've missed the flight. I'm missing a flight now. I'm going to change. But when I change, my office needs to move very, very quickly to make sure that they get the necessary approvals. So it is those gaps, and then they compound and become bigger. But for me, I think online signature, which is real time. When you do these amendments here, somebody signs immediately, will reduce this thing to close to 0. Because then people can sign anywhere, anytime. Unlike now when I want to change, you find my office having decided to go on an extended lunch because maybe I'm not there. And then those changes, then it triggers a number of things. The loss control measures, I think we can also provide proper details. But the long and short of it is that they will decide that Mukonyama, you are liable. And then Mukonyama will appeal. and then they will listen to the appeal. And then it comes to the DG. Then the DG invokes a legal opinion on it, and the legal opinion says Mukonyama will appeal, and that can still be taken for review. That is why it is taking slightly longer for some of these matters to be resolved. I received incidentally last night an SMS from one person who lost an appeal. I don't know what he wanted to achieve, but he said, I would like to come and talk to you because I think my prospects for taking this on review now that you have dismissed my appeal are high, the prospects of success. And the question I asked myself, I said, why don't you then go for review? Why tell me that my declining could be reviewed and be set aside? So those are the things that sometimes take time to resolve, and it's because of the legislated process that we need to go through. A deputy minister dealt with the RTMCC. 90% scraping, I've just indicated. The majority of those people don't have operating licenses. One. Two, some of them, when they come in, you find out the vehicle is registered in the father, and they come with powers of attorney, letters from the master, and other related things. So verification of those take some time. But if you have a permit, a vehicle, we don't take time. We deregister the vehicle and then we scrap it. I think the major, the DLCA mentioned the deputy minister dealt with it, and the issues around stakeholders. Chair, without really wasting time, I think the others were just repeating themselves and coming. Oh, the CAB memos for the 247. These are the Provincial Executive Council memos. So this is the report we get to provinces that we have submitted the memos to our provincial cabinet to consider making traffic a 24/7 function. So those are the areas where we say that either the memos are still outstanding or they've gone and are being considered. We have very little control around that ourselves as the national department. Chair, one of those people that are affected by this succession plan issue is the person talking to you. I'm now really facing the exit based on age, not any other thing. Not fraud, not anything. Based on age. Chair, we have a succession plan. Unfortunately, it is a voluntary basis thing. We do mentor the young ones, and we do take them on board. But it is those that are willing to listen to us, really, that when we are gone, you can still feel that we are present. Chairperson, lastly from me. Oh, the Shovagalula stats we can also bring in terms of province, but the procedure and the criteria is simple. We issue these bicycles based on the allocation given to the minister and the deputy minister. Now, if an honorable member wishes intervention and then the school qualifies, it's just a letter, and then we go and make an assessment, and then we say the school does qualify. Because there's a certain qualifying criteria. The kids should not walk more than 5 kilometers and 3 kilometers in rural areas. And again, also depends on the topography. 3 kilometers where I stay, Hamashashani, might not be the same as where areas are flat. So we send people and they do the assessment, and then they advise accordingly. and then we find the availability of either the minister or the deputy minister. They come and allocate the bicycles. It's 8,000 per year. So that is that simple criteria. Chairperson, I was one of those that refused to celebrate when we got a clean audit, Chair. But I think, Chairperson, it is not because it was not significant. It is significant, Chair, based on where we're coming from and the number of years that it has taken us. We've been missing it by inches for some time in the last 3 or 4 years. We have always had a very good financial statement without material changes, and this time around we got the other things much better. And Chair, we can assure the committee that we are moving the needle. However, we also are saying we could do better in terms of all of these things that we are doing, translating into service delivery. CFO, if there are things that myself and the Deputy Minister missed, you have the last word.
I think, thanks, Chair. I was covered by the answer. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks very much. I think we have done justice thus far. I'm working under that assumption that the DMU sufficiently answered us, and where I've seen you have also been exchanging notes with Honorable Montano on those. Yeah.
But I think, Chair, can I suggest, Chair, something?
Yeah.
Can I suggest, Chair, and I think the point is making to the DM.
Yeah.
And I think it's an issue of accountability.
Yeah. And be brief.
Yeah, if the department says to us today, this is the issue. When we come back, whether because of budget or risks, they want to pursue it differently, you tell us that. So that we don't hold this, we try to hold the accountable. They are not telling us it. But Chair, I think
Yeah.
I think some of them will raise the parliamentary questions, but I think that they will agree with the DM how we should approach
No, thanks. I think that makes a lot of sense. Related to that is the question that Honorable Ghana was asking about entity oversight and the receiving of reports. I think the department, you don't have to wait for us to schedule you to come and engage. From time to time, when the quarterly reports of entities are ready, you must forward them to colleagues, so that sometimes we may even study them. They also assist us, by the way, to write parliamentary questions, because we'll be having information about what's happening in those particular entities, so that even if time doesn't allow us to reflect on them, but we can always engage using other methods. Yeah, I think that's important for us. From your side, I think we are done for now. I really appreciate DM and the team for having come and answered us sufficiently. And yeah.
Chairperson, I think that there's a fundamental issue of a principle that we need to drill into that has been raised, and that is around the communication between the committee and the department. I'm advised that the matter was raised at the strat plan, and the parliamentary liaison officers in the ministry and the secretariat have agreed on a process on how that can be done. But Chair, where I think we need your clarity and guidance is, what do we communicate? Because decisions are being taken every day on wide-ranging issues within the department and the entities. My understanding is that we appear here as and when called by the committee or quarterly to report back on things that we have done. So what I don't want is a situation that we are not clarified. Which when do we bring things to their attention? What do we bring? What's the matrix or the triage that is applied to that? So we will be in your hands, there, Chairperson, to provide a guidance. Lastly, Chair, is to request the committee to indulge provinces on the issue of 24/7. It is critical in the road safety ecosystem, because I was just drilling into the numbers of fatalities and fatal crashes 1 January to 31 August. And whilst we have registered currently the lowest number of fatalities in 5 years and the lowest number of fatal crashes in 5 years this year, we remain in trouble in the evenings and on weekends, where we do not have visible policing. So weekends remain a problem, particularly between the hours of 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. And so we need to be able to look at that and assist the NTP. So I think because the issue has been raised and canvassed in the manner that it has, there are labor relations that have to be looked at, because you're changing conditions of employment of the traffic law enforcement officers. We have to look at the issue of capacity, and then the issue of resources. So all I'm asking, Chair, is that you'd find time to look at this. And I remember Honorable Ghana had previously asked that we report regularly on road safety. The reports are available and will be shared with the committee. Chair, we want to thank you very much for this opportunity, and say to Honorable Bloss, usemncane kabi to harbor such pessimism. He must be optimistic, and Honorable Mabena should join us in wishing Orlando Pirates well this weekend. Thank you, Chairperson, in his home province.
Point of order, Chair.
No, thanks.
One point.
I think I'm taking Mabena to the stadium this time. So the issue, I don't want to elevate that issue, or the one of metrics of what to communicate and what not. It's a matter that I had said, even if that the colleagues will drill it, they know what will be sufficient for us, and they'll be able to communicate that. I don't think it's something we must discuss, Honorable Blosser, like I said here. And we had agreed like that. I don't know why did you elevate it, but that's fine. The issue of the provinces is a very important issue. We'll take it up. We'll be able to take it up. And I think it also emerged in the strategic planning, I must assure you. In her opening, Minister did touch on it, but also the members dealt a great deal of it in the strategic planning, Honorable Van Staden. So I think it's not an issue you should worry about. This within our radar. But thanks very much. Your release will remain quickly with the committee to sort out some issues relating to the program. Are you having a question? I've not seen you on the list. Okay. Oh. No, thanks for this.
The last time I stood first, and then I was
Thanks a lot, man. Because you want to leave two things that we need to deal with. First is we're having two items that we are deferring. We have sent in the group the issues, the draft report that you must comment, and nobody has given our colleagues further information on that. We'll table it next week, and if you don't comment by next week, it means we will have to take it as is, and then we'll discuss it as it. So I would have wished that maybe other members can comment where there is, but if there is no need to comment, it's not necessary to comment. So we can deal with that. Even the minutes, we'll deal with them next week. The issue I wanted us to deal with, Tuesday. And we agree, next week Tuesday is virtual. Related to that is virtual, Honorable Gan. Related to that is we are now going to start implementing that 19-hour slot that was proposed in the previous meeting. What is it that we want to table? The department want to brief us on something? On the statutory appointments. So we will schedule it for next week. Yeah, ASIP, yeah.
Yeah, the ASIP statutory appointments. So we'll schedule it for 19 o'clock after the sitting next week, virtually also. All the sittings of next week are virtual. I want to emphasize that, so that there is no misunderstanding that we had. And then related to that is the NEDLEC bill, NEDLEC, the maritime bill going to NEDLEC, minister requesting postponement. We are dealing with that with the House Chair. But our proposal is that we must have it during the constituency period, if colleagues agree. And if colleagues are not agreeing that we have it during constituency period, I'm of the view that let's have it during the constituency period and deal with it quickly. Failure to do that, it will have to come after the BRRR reports, the public hearings. Mabena?
Thank you very much, Chair. On the ASIP thing, so next week, what are we doing? Are we shortlisting? Or we're processing the request from the department for us to trigger the process?
Yeah, we are processing the request from the department so that we can trigger the process. They must brief us, isn't it?
I'm covered.
On the mandate and function of the ASIP.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, any other thing we'll schedule later, but we must first, isn't it, they must formally.
It's a member's inboxes, Chair.
Is there in your inboxes, colleagues, that information? What will happen next week? They'll formally table that to us. We will not be doing the process next week. They'll table us what is the mandate of this ASIP, that particular normal process that must be recorded. Then from there, Honorable.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, aging has come in now, you see. This kid is speaking with hands now. So I felt intimidated. I thought yeah. So it's fine. I think those are the things that I wanted to table before you. What else are we missing?
Chair, we just now have to confirm whether we can start the hearings.
So can we agree on the constituency period for hearings?
Merchant shipping.
Yeah.
Merchant shipping.
Merchant shipping bill. Yeah. You support? 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 Eh? So, you are supported. The view is Honorable Ghana, Honorable Hunsinga, that during the constituency period, let's have those proposed scheduled public hearings for maritime shipping bill so that we close that matter once and for all. You're not available during that period.
So you briefed us last week.
Yeah.
With the request of the minister.
Yeah.
And we postponed that we take a fair decision today.
Yeah.
Whether we accede, because when there's a new fact, as to whether we'll continue with the public hearings.
Well,
The NEDLEC issue, they request that let's finalize.
Yeah.
And then we come with it.
Yeah. Hence, I'm proposing that can we do that during the constituency period? Yeah.
So meaning that the request we're not acceding.
Yeah, I think we must do our part.
Chair, can we use the Tuesday meeting next week
to reflect on it?
To reflect on it, and also because what Honorable Mantana is raising is critical.
Okay.
To also ask the department to then prepare a short brief insofar as the conversations with NEDLEC is concerned.
Okay.
So that when we decide to go on a public hearings, it's on a clean slate.
Okay.
Can we take that decision next week?
Very
And the
progressive,
department can
very
then brief us on
progressive input. Much appreciated. We are done for today, colleagues. Thanks very much.
You will have to call the House Chair.